We are live. That's right, folks. We are live. It is early in the friggin' morning, and I can't swear because it just started the video. But folks, we are ready to go. We are up. We are energized. The opening package for Wrestling Kingdom 17 is here. It's upon us. The land of the rising sun has us up bright and early. We are, the Wrestling for Life Network. We're going to roll through all the coverage from New Japan. We got Sasha Banks to talk about. We got Osprey to talk about. Kenny, Jay White, FTR's in the building. Okada's in the building. Leo Rush is kicking around. Who knew? But lots to talk about, lots to get into, lots of wrestling. I see some people in the chats. That's amazing. Y'all should be sleeping. But that being said, folks, it's going to be one hell of a night, one hell of a show. What a way to kick off the new year. Let's go. Ding, ding, ding. We are live. And apparently, my throat's feeling it at 3 o'clock. Here we go. But yes, folks, the craziest channel on YouTube is back at it again. We are covering Wrestling Kingdom 17. We got lots to get into, lots to talk about. We're running through the card already. I got a graphic for Nakano and Kari where we expect we might see Sasha Banks somewhere intertwined in this storyline. Lots to get into today. But I will remind everybody, we are the Wrestling for Life Network. We are your alternative commentary for all your wrestling. Clearly, nothing stops us. It doesn't matter what time. It doesn't matter how many shows we got to watch. We are here all the damn time. And folks, it's nothing but a pleasure. I am KJ White, Mr. Every Night, the Iron Man of YouTube. And I am joined by the...
What?
I popped myself before I got there.
Pause on all that.
I was going to call you the man of my rising sun.
Oh,
Mr.
accusations. Yes.
Oh.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night, I guess, to everybody out
wherever
there.
you are.
Exactly. Whenever you're watching this, however you're watching this. But no, I'm super excited. I think we were talking about this before we went live. This is probably already going to be one of the contenders for show of the year, match of the year, all for 2023, and we're only a couple days in.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things. And I know a lot of times when we sit down and do like review shows and go through the year, recency bias is a thing. We looked at it this year where it felt like there was 2 years in one where there was a split. But trying to remember what happened January, February, March was real tricky. And a lot of it wasn't that quality. So we get Wrestling Kingdom 17 this year to kick it off. A huge card, kind of like the true forbidden door of wrestling. Sorry, TK. But I feel like Wrestling Kingdom is pulling off that forbidden door. And I really do think that we have a potential pay-per-view of the year. We have a potential match of the year, at least there's literally, we listed off a whole bunch of names, didn't mention the fact that we're going to see, even guys like Zack Sabre Jr. tonight. The card is stacked. El Desperado's here.
Absolutely. You're getting Naito. You're getting
Ishimura.
You're getting Suzuki. That's the thing this is my wrestling. This is the wrestling that I like that when it talks about like wrestling outside of WWE and everything.
Yes.
This has been always one of my go-tos.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I knew you were pumped for this card. And again, I'm a diehard wrestling fan, but it's so funny because my shit always took me elsewhere, and I would always catch like clips of the Bucks or Omega. And listen, this is what I want.
You were a fan of the Lucha.
I did. I like the Lucha stuff. I do. They make me laugh. Lucha's I love the fact that you see New Japan, you see AAA, you see CMLL, you see these companies, but the fan base is into it because you see guys like Osprey. They're not messing around. They are who they are. Like, it's character. Like, to me,
You what, bruv?
Yeah, right. Osprey's become the talker of wrestling. Like, beyond the fact that he's amazing in the ring, we've all know what he's done with Kenny in the past and with Okada in the past, and Man, this guy's got a crazy history, but he's really become the Conor McGregor of wrestling
Well,
in my
that's
mind.
a great comparison.
Yeah.
Well, to an extent, I feel, but he's been wrestling's best kept secret somehow, or their
Mhm,
best top guy that's been just kept a
mhm.
secret overseas and everything. And that's why this whole card tonight, this whole show tonight, is going to be outstanding, because this is the first time in, I believe, 3 years that the Japan crowd has actually been able to fully be there.
Yeah.
They're able to fully go nuts. Like, this is Will Osprey's coronation. I feel if he gets to be out there in front of the full
Mhm,
Japanese crowd, a full international audience,
mhm.
and hear that reaction, versus like that whole when him and Omega got into it at the press conference. If he's like,
Yeah.
you want to talk about it to where it's a 15-hour flight because there's a war going on, and then
Yeah.
you got to sit around in an airport for 4 hours to prove you don't have May
Mhm.
19, and all of that, and
Yep.
then go perform to an empty crowd
Mhm.
that gets out at 9 when the restaurants close at 8.
Yeah. No, you're starving. Yeah, no, dude, it was a hell of a press conference. I'm not gonna lie, like, I know the names on the card, but you know how I feel about Kenny Omega off the hop, and I mean, pardon
We're
me.
gonna get New Japan Kenny Omega, and New Japan Kenny Omega is best Kenny Omega.
Well, let's go, right? And I love the pageantry. I love the access of Japanese wrestling at times. Where we saw it the other night when Noah, where we get Shinsuke come out, and you're reminded of how, like, oh, that guy's a rock star, and this big entrance, the vibe. I think is again, it's going to be insane.
Oh, absolutely. That's the thing, is this is Japanese wrestling's WrestleMania, their Super Bowl, their everything.
I will say in advance, if you hear me slurping coffee, just deal with it. It's
I
3
don't think too many people are. I think there's a lot of people watching that are going to be likewise, especially if
right.
they're watching live.
No, this is exciting. I'm shocked, guys. So I will click on some of these right now and say hello to the chat. We do have Leo Rush coming to the ring. Yes, Leo, I'm still not retired Rush.
The more retires than Ric Flair or Terry Funk or Mick Foley combined.
Right, dude. This guy fucking, you think his last name's Briscoe or Flair? Like this guy didn't no way. And granted, he's what, 25, 26?
I can look that up right now. He is, show me his age, damn it. 28, 28.
28. Okay, so he's growing. He's a grown boy. I feel like I've been watching Leo Rush for like a decade.
I was gonna say the man's still younger than me, accusations. But
Yeah, I'd say.
yes, for those following along right now, we are getting Leo Rush and Yo versus one part of United Empire,
Yes.
TJP and Francisco Akira,
Hmm.
for the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Tag Team Championships.
Yeah, and this is going to be an insane match. I mean, just for the name value, people know Leo Rush. I think a lot of people out there know TJP, who, whether people know it or not, after he left the WWE, TJP's been solid. I mean, he's appeared in a lot of places. He's done extremely well on Impact. And then you see what he's done in New Japan. So that's just on the name value. Now, obviously, I mean, what's the fucking team name?
Showing Yo.
That's what it is, right?
Yeah. But they've since split up and everything like that. But
Yeah.
and that's another thing, is
Well,
that
because
it's
one
such
half
a
keeps retiring.
what?
I was going to say because one half keeps retiring.
Well, no, that's not this tag team. It's Yo's former tag team partner.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The 70th. There you go. I love that they give you shit like the 70th and like they really ingrained in the history.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the big thing with this, of even how they have weight classes when it comes to even their tag division. Like, you have you basically have like your version of a cruiserweight or
Mhm.
a light heavyweight tag team division, a light
Yeah.
heavyweight, championship division. And that's even speaking of how we brought up Will Osprey before.
Mhm.
He had to move up from the juniors division to the heavyweight division.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's been quite a few that have made that transition, but dude, we are getting a hell of a tag team match.
And that's one thing too, with what a lot of people like in AW now. AW very much has New Japan to thank for a good bit of that.
Oh,
Of
absolutely.
they built like Christ, Kenny Omega, their biggest star, who we're going to see later tonight. He built his whole backing off of New Japan. That's where his whole fandom grew. And for those who know Japanese wrestling of what AEW tends to put on, it's not always just the super strong style. All four of these men are high flyers right now in this ring.
Absolutely.
This is very much going to be fast-paced, quick action. It's not all, you know, the 18 million chops in the corner and everything. I know your favorite spot.
Right. Well, I mean, again, it's all because it's how often. Wow, we're starting right away. We're not wasting any time. And I mean, again, I talk about TJP, I talk about Leo Rush, but Yo and Akira are no slouches, and this is going to be insane. And for those who like good technical tag team wrestling with lots of tags and holding onto that string, don't hold your breath.
Well, and that's the thing. For those who this is your first time watching a New Japan show, keep in mind that the audience is going to be a little bit different. And also, they actually, unlike AEW, actually follow the rules of professional wrestling and everything. Like you said, they're very much, there's a tradition to all of this. There's a history to all of this.
No, absolutely, Nick. And I mean, I love that part. Like, as you know, whether it's wrestling or music or sports, it's the history of things that I love diving into. It's one of the reasons why I like doing this channel, is because we get to look back through a lot of it. But
it's because you're of a certain vintage. But Leo with moonsault onto the outside on both members of that, they call themselves Catch 2020 or Catch 2-2. I'm gonna just keep calling them, you know, United Empire, because they're part of Will Ospreay's whole faction with Jeff Cobb and Great O'Khan and all that.
Yeah, and again, I think it's
flapjack into an X Factor on the ramp, and again, that WrestleMania feel of that entrance ramp's a goddamn mile long.
Yeah, and you see it. It doesn't look like a flat, like smooth, like it looks like a rampway. Like,
but for again, for those who have watched multiple shows, been around wrestling for a while, how cool does the Tokyo Dome look?
Oh, it's unreal
for a wrestling, you know, venue and everything.
I mean, obviously we know the history there, and big shout out to Meltzer and his bonus. People are gonna get bonus stars tonight. Kenny,
we're gonna
7-star matches here.
Like, our Infinity Star match of the night, but I think 100% that's going to be Omega versus Osprey. That's the dream match that I am waiting for. That is Ali Frazier. That is Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart.
That's bold.
Clash of the Titans. Oh, 100% it is.
I like it. And I'm not going to knock it. I want to see it, though. Like, I want to see New Japan Kenny Omega. I want the guy that gets in and just bangs out a holy shit match. If, you know, I mean, I haven't loved AEW Kenny Omega, and we can get into that lovely debate at some point. But I do think there's more to Kenny, and I just want to, you know, be a little more serious, maybe not hang out with the Bucks so much. Having Don Callis as a heel manager works really well. If you're not being stupid, if you're being a prick, it works so much better.
Yeah, well, yes. Just yes to all that.
Yes. Greg, how are you doing? Damien, how are you doing?
Damien, Chris, Joker, Victor, everybody who's not watching live.
Hey.
Everybody who is watching live. What up?
Japoy, I don't want to butcher this. Japoy guy Guiz.
I want to wait to hear you do this.
I don't want to do it. It's gonna be a lot of butchering names tonight, as I do that with most names, so be okay.
But, I guess konnichiwa, Philippines and everything. Yeah. It's very much, if there's a time where our channel is going to have more of an international audience, this is the night.
Tonight is the night. So yes, big shout out to the Philippines. Thank you for tuning in from the other side of the world, and yeah, big shout out. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. And again, we got lots coming your way. So lots to talk about and lots to get into as this show has kicked off. And
well, right now I've got TJP and Yo in the corner. I think you somehow ended up ahead of me, of course, because
I just got the running knee.
I'm probably about to get that.
Okay, well, we can balance out.
Fair enough.
I feel like we were close though, because you got the flapjack right around the same time.
Running knee right now.
Yes, shout out to your sisters as well. Good morning. It's raining here. Going to be a great morning. Hagen got some rain. All right.
Yeah, same. Likewise. At least hopefully it doesn't end up freezing over and everything.
That's generally that January rain always makes you nervous. Depending on where you live.
It looks like Leo might already have some color on the side of his face there.
When he took
Oh,
the bump
here.
on the ramp, I think they kind of showed him at one point. I don't know.
Oh
Like,
yeah, he's already got we got a bleeder.
yeah, he either smacked his eye and he was grabbing it really tight, or he gave himself a little nick. But he was down on that ramp for quite a bit after the flapjack. So, but Lio Rush, I mean, a guy, I would say he is, I mean, he's kind of polarizing, Nick. People either like really appreciate what he could be or what he is, and other people are just like, forget this guy. He's not worth
Oh
the
well,
effort.
it's again. It comes back to I think he has very much a strong personality, a strong belief in himself, and everything. And at times that can be to a detriment. Um, but he's absolutely, and that's one thing I like now with seeing the state of professional wrestling as it is now versus how it was. Of guys can go in other promotions. Christ, Will Osprey alone. Christ,
Mhm.
Kenny Omega's pretty much built a whole company based off of what he did in New Japan. Of now
Yeah.
these guys can go to these other promotions and still have just as credible of a name outside of WWE.
We got a Tope Leo. Uh,
Victor, thank you.
yeah, Victor, nothing but love, buddy. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And yes, let's not overlook. This is my match. I know you want the Osprey match and you can't
Right.
wait, but I'm such a big fan of Jay White and the Okada. This matchup, I think, is going to be insane. And I actually think Switchblade might go on the losing end. I mean, he does have like a 4-1 record
Really?
against Okada. I think he could lose, but again, it's kind of this monumental night for guys like Jay White and Osprey who kept this going through really hard times.
You think the Catalyst, who's
Yeah.
already beaten Okada, loses to, but then that's the problem with New Japan of because at times again of how they keep to tradition, they keep to
Hmm.
very a strong formatted booking style and everything. That how much
Hmm.
does it become rinse repeat with Okada? Okada is already a 6, 7, Christ, probably 8
Hmm.
times and everything at this
Well,
point. IWGP champion.
what
Do
if?
we really need to add more to that?
Yes, and well, what if? I mean, what if a Jay White loss is setting up a Jay White Rumble appearance?
What if Jay White's in the Rumble as the IWGP Heavyweight Champion?
That's interesting as shit. Like that's a whole different topic altogether. So
Well, that we can get more into that when we get Mercedes Fernando or
Monet
Monet
Banks,
Banks, Sasha Banks, whatever she's going to end up being going by. But I've got at least 3 men down right now in the center of the ring.
right? And yeah, I got we got
Leo is
Akari
just
put up on the top
punching
rope by
master.
Yo.
I think you're just going to live ahead of me. That's what it is.
I'm finding New Japan World a little trickier to pause live.
No, you're good. We'll make it work. We've done it before.
Oh, superplex! Oh, into a roll through. Oh, I love that neck breaker.
Oh,
Leo to the top. A tadpole splash. You saw what I did there. Come on, folks.
yeah.
It's late, but stay with me. It's
Oh,
time.
I
There we
just
go.
got there.
Yes, rest in peace to a legend. All this is dedicated to Inoki. So,
Oh, you're very much going to see multiple tributes. I know we already saw some on the pre-show.
yes.
There's a whole 6-man tag match later tonight. That's
Mhm.
the Antonio Inoki Memorial match. So,
Oh, flatliner! Another frog splash. All right, TJP on fire. I think he's the legal man.
yep.
Yo,
Oh,
I know the answer. Is it Kevin Kelly that's the play-by-play?
yes, sir.
Okay, okay. I'm like that voice was just, and I'm like, oh fuck, I knew that, but
Right.
I
Good
was
old Kellogg Kelly there. Kevin Kelly.
Kelly.
The former WWE backstage interviewer is the lead commentator for New Japan, at least the English version.
Well, I mean, shit. I mean, let's trade him. Take Kevin Patrick.
Yeah, well, we already saw that Kevin Patrick's days might be numbered here. So,
Dun, dun, dun. And I didn't think Booker T was going to leave. I think Booker T has a training school. I think him being around the developmental classes and sitting ringside is valuable. And he's entertaining.
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
Oh, Spanish
Ducky,
fly!
ducky, quack, quack. How are you?
I'm waiting for you to get the Spanish fly.
I just got a poison
shit.
Rana.
What? 2 count. I got a 2 count, folks. The opening match is kicked off. We are
Spanish
rolling.
fly.
Leo Rush.
Yo
Leo
versus United Empire.
against United Empire. All the men are down. Leo Rush
One,
gushing from his
two.
eye.
Oh,
Yeah,
I like that though, of to where you use your competitor of I can't get there to break up the cover. I shove my opponent in to break up his own partner's cover. It's the little nuances in wrestling.
Oh, springboard cutter. Jesus Christ. Listen, if we could do like reverse super chat, I'd send JV a couple bucks for this comment. You got a set of wrestling balls, 3 a.m. sleepover, more like wake up. It's ghost haunting. I don't know. I'm going back to sleep. Hey, don't go back to sleep.
Yeah, no, this is
Leave the
the
stream
wake
on
and
if
bake
you wanna
stream.
sleep. You know, what better way to fall asleep than the beautiful sounds of our voice?
Our beautiful bearded faces. Roll up.
Oh, we got a winner!
Count. Wow. So you took Leo and Yo for that one, didn't you?
Yeah, I'll just say I did. So I'll take it.
I'm already 0-1 then. So we've got or no, they won. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know. TJP pulls out the W.
I got so thrown off because the way that they had that roll up, which I guess credit to the roll up then, because I thought Yo and Leo won that.
Yeah, a very quick match. I feel like just when it got started, it was over.
But they're also not going to stay too long in the tooth because you're going to have those matches like Jay White and Okada, Osprey versus Omega, FTR versus Hiroki Goto and Yoshihashi that are going to go a good that 30 minutes and everything. Like that's the thing is New Japan matches are going to go for a minute. You're going to get your money's worth when it comes to it. That's why everybody got excited about AJ Styles versus Shinsuke Nakamura.
Right. Again, the crowd throws me off because the place is packed and it's just so polite and quiet.
Golf clap, golf clap.
Golf clap is so fun. And even Osprey mentioned that in one of his press conferences of like, I was performing for golf claps. By the way, that press conference got me jazzed, like even more so. Like, all right, like I said, you know how I feel about Kenny, so I wasn't exactly chomping at the bit for the match. But then again, here we are, and I watched that press conference, and it had a big fight feel to it.
Absolutely, like it got that. Like I said, that Ali Frazier, that Clash of the Titans feel behind it. Of that felt like your big time boxing press conference, your big time UFC conferences of literally. And I almost don't know if this is Kenny just being Kenny or if him digging at CM Punk or anything like that. But when Osprey pressed up to him and everything, he shoved him back. Smamart Dorme Gato, Mr. Roboto.
Right.
But how you could hear Omega saying, go ahead, ruin the main event. Go ahead, ruin the main event.
Yeah. But I felt like I honestly felt like Osprey just completely overshadowed Kenny. Like Kenny, I get it, like played the quiet demeanor, he keep his shit together. Oh, Stardom Dream. Here we go.
Oh, so we might be getting the Monet in the moment.
Are we gonna get to it quick?
Well, we've got Kyrie versus Tom Nakano coming out right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, and I will admit, don't know a whole lot about Nakano here.
Well, and it's interesting and I guess if we're going to talk about the potential Sasha Banks situation, everything right now, of just because it's the women's match of that. Oh, absolutely. I think that she goes there and she becomes the biggest shark in that tank
Oh yeah.
because up until last year, New Japan didn't have a
Oh.
women's division. They didn't. That's what Stardom was all for. That's where both these women initially came from.
Uh-huh.
Um, so why not go there and be the attraction?
Yeah, no, and I completely agree. And we talked about this on the stream and we put it out to the chat before, Nick, and it was my thought. We just saw what happened on Friday with Charlotte Flair. Charlotte
Right?
Flair walks out and just takes the belt from Ronda. Now people are like, well, does Ronda go back after it? Is Liv up next? What about this person? What about that person? If Sasha stays in Japan, I'm pretty sure part of that lady's prop just fell apart. But if you go back to WWE, you're in a Shark Tank. And if you are in New Japan, if you're in AEW, you're pretty much at the top of that bill. You are a big shark in a little pond. You are a big name amongst no names.
Well,
Different.
no names is, I guess, a bit aggressive, but I will
No.
say of with like if you look at WWE and the talent that's already there, you even we've talked about pretty much anywhere else she goes, she's going to pretty much dominate that division.
Mhm.
So why not go to a spot to where the division's just starting? So then
Yeah.
you can be the
Mhm.
face, the history maker, the groundbreaker for a division.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing, and I think for somebody like Mercedes or Sasha, whatever the hell we want to call her, man, I love these entrances. And then like the big oh, look at Kyrie.
Oh, I've always been a big fan of Kyrie. This is
Oh
fucking
no, I like
fantastic.
Kyrie. I'm gonna admit her opponent looks like her sister.
Not going to touch that one.
I wouldn't.
But
Look at
no,
this
we're
entrance.
granted. I feel like
I got completely
Kyrie and
distracted.
Io should have been the ones that got moved up or made the women's tag team versus Kyrie and Asuka.
Yeah. And it's just crazy, right? Because you see, like we talked about it with Shinsuke, where like Kyrie is a superstar in Japan.
That's the thing is, and it's not. It's picture if every wrestler that's an actual star got the Roman Reigns treatment when they came out. That's really what it is.
She sailed the seas, folks. Any thoughts on Dragon Lee signing with WWE? I think it's the beginning. Hold on tight, right?
It's the dawning of a new age. I feel when it comes to WWE.
And actually, Nick, you had something before we even got on stream tonight, our little pre-show powwow. You
Mm.
pointed out the fact that, Sasha can hang around New Japan for a year, two. Doesn't mean she's going to AEW. Doesn't mean she's going back to WWE. Just means she's hanging around New Japan. We don't know what the future holds.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and even then, we could still see those partnerships between, say, a New Japan and WWE, or a
Mhm.
CMLL and WWE, or a AAA and WWE. So we've seen WWE start to put some wrestlers, I guess, on loan, of like how we're getting Carl Anderson tonight. We got Shinsuke Nakamura in Noah on the first. So I think Vince, it has already had, multiple Elizabeth moments and everything with all of this, but it's a whole new age when it comes to how you think about WWE and how they use their talent and what defines a top pro wrestler in the industry right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, now we got these two ladies coming out to the ring, folks. You can get your predictions in. Are you taking Nakano? Are you taking Kyrie Sane? You can let us know who's going to take the W. I think we're both going to go Kyrie on this one.
Just little bit, or does Sasha come out and pull the Charlotte and come out and just that's my title now, bitch?
Well, that will be interesting unto itself.
Right? Small mark. Kyrie Sane for the win. Wonder if Nakano is kin to Bull Nakano. Actually, small mark. Funny enough, I thought the same exact thing and looked that up, and
Woo!
no, she's not.
But she can do the splits. Whew. That lady stretched right out.
I'm
What's up, Smile Mark? You can hold that pause. I'm guessing FTR. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning that way with you, Smile.
oh god.
Ready to see Tam Nakano She is a goat. Man.
That's the thing too, I guess. I talked about Osprey being like one of the best kept secrets, in wrestling. I feel like actual, Japanese female wrestling is again one of the best kept secrets of if you know, if you don't, you don't, versus, kind of the Joshi kind of half-dashed attempt that we get in AEW.
Well, yeah, and I think that's from the outside looking in. That's kind of the misconception of like, what are you really? Oh, give her a head tap.
It's a lot more, it makes more sense when they're all kind of the same size.
Yeah, right. But I mean, we joke about it. And we've seen videos of like the apartment wrestling or the wrestling with like a crew of old creepy guys sitting around a mat clapping on it.
Right.
Some of it's a bit hard to take in, but there is legitimate wrestling involved, and that's why I think a lot of people were happy about Stardom kind of establishing itself and giving a little bit of a better avenue for this win. Matrix dropkick.
Joker, yes, I did see your comment about a dream match, or at least for you, of being Seth Rollins versus Osprey versus Omega, and I think that's great. And then you kind of added the Wish version of both of those guys embodied into one human being
Who's
into
that?
that match with Seth Rollins.
Seth Rollins and
Osprey and Omega. If that was a
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like him, and it's not a knock on Seth. I say that all in jest, but if there's somebody out of those three that's trying to imitate the other two, I feel like it might be Seth Rollins trying to
No
imitate.
fucking way. Get out of here. I would take Seth Rollins 100 times. Like, you give me Seth Rollins and Osprey? Come on now.
I'm
Kenny's
taking
now,
Osprey.
to me, out of them three, Kenny's the one pretending to be a wrestler, and the other two are wrestlers.
Well, he is also the only one that was self-trained.
Yeah,
So
a
little hard to stand on that leg.
Homeschooled.
Oh, big ass spear by Kyrie.
Right. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're slightly behind me. I got Kyrie going to the top. Folks, let us know who you taking tonight. I see a good 30 plus people in the chat right now. If you're just tuning in, if you're lazy, give me a K for Kyrie. Give me an N for Nakano. But yeah, let us know who you were taking in this. Is it Stardom Women's Champion, IWGP Women's Title? One of the two, or both.
IWGP.
Oh yeah, there we
like
go.
I said, New Japan now actually has their own full-fledged women's division.
There
And
we
I
go.
guess also if you're watching this after the fact, because you didn't want to stay up at 3 in the ass crack of dawn in the morning with us and everything to watch this live, and you're watching this after the fact, let us know in the comments who you were taking for these matches. What's your thought on all these matches? Absolutely.
Yes, folks, and we will take a prediction on every single match, and we will. Oh, I'm so confused by what just happened, and you can maybe help me here when you catch up in a couple seconds.
That's fine. I've got Nakano going up to the top rope, diving onto the outside.
But why were there helpers? Why was there like two assistants with the dive?
So the best that I can say to defend this is that New Japan very much, rather than having their developmental system, like they don't have an NXT, they have their New Japan dojo, and where you have young lions and everything like that. So sometimes they just kind of end up doing that type of stuff. Like rather than bringing extras, they have young lions do their extra stuff, their indie jobber stuff.
Yeah. It is so funny. Both women with a slap. I'm liking this match a lot. Do you think Asuka should go to New Japan? I think she'd benefit from a stint in New Japan, to be honest.
Honestly, I feel like at this point, because depending on what we get with this, Asuka's going back to her old gimmick type thing of WWE has just outside of NXT never been able to book her right.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like once they lost the aura, they booked her so well. They booked her so well in NXT as that dominant. You're not ready for Asuka. Now you don't have to be ready for Asuka because Asuka's busy laughing and screaming and yelling and not winning. Big two. This is a hell of a match.
Power driver for a 2 count. Absolutely.
What I like about this match, And I think one of the knocks sometimes on the American women's wrestling, where we see like there's a good pace to this match.
Absolutely. There is no let up. There is no rest holds. There's no little kind of hair pulling, any bullshit like that.
Yo, Kyrie with a Judas effect.
Judas in my mind. Damien, what up? Brandon, did Rush get a W? No, he caught that L.
He did. He caught a bloody eye too.
Yeah, that's true. He caught an X Factor on the
Holy shit.
2 count.
Sorry, I just got a huge swinging back fist. So Kyrie Sane is on fire, going up for the elbow.
How are you? All right. Oh,
Enzo, welcome to the show. Welcome to the channel. And that's it. Kyrie made short work in Nagano tonight. Good match. Quick to the point. I like it. Your champion looks badass. I like it.
Oh, absolutely.
Brandon. Osprey for the win. I like it. I'm going Osprey. You're gonna go against Kenny? Yeah, you're probably
absolutely gonna I am. 1, 2, insane elbow, 3 count. I just got the finish.
There you go.
No, Sasha. She's not. Well, we're gonna see, or see when that hole happens, or what happens when it comes to Sasha. Nothing's still yet been.
What if it doesn't happen at all?
Oh my god, it would be the greatest
coup.
Pardon my language, would be the greatest.
Oh, lights out! Lights out!
Oh god.
Oh, and we got new music.
Oh no.
Here she is! Ladies and gentlemen! New music, new look. Sasha Banks is here! Monet Banks, maybe. Sorry, Nick, a bit of a spoiler.
No, you're fine. I just have right now her getting out of a car.
Mercedes.
I told you that's how they're going to announce her, of Mercedes.
Whoa. Mercedes Monet is how she's introduced.
Victor, it's not on DirecTV. It's on New Japan World. That's the only place that you can get it unless you have a Fire Stick and go to the New Japan World app. Oh, what in the name of Rihanna Cleopatra is she fucking wearing?
She going big. She wants to come out like, and this is what she wants to be, the star, the Statue of Liberty, so to speak.
In one way. Yeah, no, that instantly, this is a game changer.
She's got short hair. It ain't blue.
This is a game changer when it comes to women's wrestling across the board.
She looks semi in wrestling gear minus the boots. she in wrestling gear, bro.
Mercedes Monet.
I will say, seeing this big moment in front of the Japanese crowd, very quiet. Very quiet.
That's the only kind of thing. And I think that's
I'm louder than the entire Tokyo Dome right now.
Yeah, just
a lot she got like leopard print hair.
No, it's flames. She got the Bam Bam Bigelow shit.
Okay. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yes.
It looks like there's a glitch in the fucking green screen. Oh, okay, I see it. So we get a handshake.
We had this whole match pitched before as a dream match. And
we got a botch.
Oh no. I've got Mercedes and Kyrie just eyeing each other right now.
They're making her a heel. The crowd is dead quiet.
She's the Westerner. She needs to be the heel.
Yeah, see, Sasha to me, overall, dude,
what in the
overrated.
What move was that?
Yeah, that was a botch. I think she was trying for the swing around and it just didn't go.
Yeah, no. But no, absolutely. She's the one coming in. She's the one that's taking over. So she's got to be the heel. And we're going to get a promo too.
He's talking.
Somebody might be a little loud.
I don't know.
You're a little loud.
I know.
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. The CEO of this women's division. Well, we did see her, and that's the biggest thing I think was kind of a nail in the coffin for her going back to WWE or any of the speculation of no, she's still secretly signed. Of when she's on Twitter of thank you, Paul, thank you, William, thank you, Vince, thank you, WWE Universe, thank you, WWE, thank you, Sasha Banks, even.
Meh. Battle in the Valley, February 18th. Sasha Banks, Kairi Sane.
And we'll be here live.
What?
Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a Monet, there's a way.
Now, this is a hard moment to kind of weigh because, yes, it's Sasha Banks. Yes, people are going to mark out. But if this was an American crowd, people would be losing their goddamn mind, right? So it's so hard to be like, did she get over? Do people like it? Like,
yeah, it's going to be a little bit. I think it was a little. We were waiting to see what was going to happen.
I'm not quite sure how I feel about the thong over the shorts. I'm trying to decide.
My whole thing was just the awkward finisher is kind of the only thing that maybe dampened the whole moment. Outside of that, I dig it. I get it. The hair's a little weird, but that's personal preference. But I can't wait to see her deal with wrestling. And, you know, I feel like that her style may translate almost better to dealing with more of that strong style, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, dude. We'll see. I mean,
she's instantly the biggest shark in that fucking tank, though. You can't deny that.
Oh, absolutely. The biggest name, and the fact that there's like, but to me, that's the thing is she's overrated and she knows she's overrated. So it's easier for her to go here. Like, again, if she goes into the WWE system, I think she's in a place where she gets overshadowed by better wrestlers.
Well, and so I guess Small Mark has a good question here. And I will say this as we're getting Kyrie assisted backstage of it makes sense now why Triple H brought Charlotte back to beat Ronda. He was trying to take some shine away from Sasha Banks. Charlotte always trying to outshine Sasha. That's so many S's in that fucking statement.
Right? Now, I don't know if that's necessarily true. And I mean, trying. I mean, Charlotte has outshined Sasha. That's part of this situation here. She wanted Charlotte money and she wasn't getting it. Not today.
Absolutely. Well, no, because she's still, I think she wanted to do more beyond being just a WWE superstar. And goddamn, we're going here to FTR.
Yeah, we ain't fucking around. FTR going up against Bishamon.
Yes, they're going against Hiroki Goto and Yoshihashi. So who you taking for this match? I feel like I know who you're taking, and I know who I'm going to take.
Listen, I'm not taking FTR.
Oh, surprise!
I'm not taking FTR. I can't do it. I think they're on a give. Remember, I said on this channel a little while ago, FTR is about to go on a give back the belt tour. Well, bye one belt. Let's go next one.
Yeah, they're on, their closing time tour. They've already dropped the AAA title. They dropped the Ring of Honor title. Now they're going to drop the IWGP title. Thomas saying how golf claps the highest praise in Japanese wrestling. Yes, but at least you can get some bit of a stronger clap at least, or might the audience better or something.
Well, yeah.
I feel like you could have heard a pin drop when Mercedes was out there.
It's just funny because, like, we come from a world where silence is death, right? Like, when you don't hear shit, you're like, uh-oh. And then you get this very subtle kind of clap. And again, people are going to be, like, when we see the post-interview and that, like, people are going to be thrilled. Like, I'm sure, I haven't checked yet, and I can do it while we're here. But I'm fairly confident that, we will be seeing the, social media absolutely exploding.
Oh, she's right now for Mercedes is trending right now. Naomi's trending, Sasha Banks is trending, and Mercedes Fernando is all trending. That's literally, I just looked at Twitter right now, and that's my top 4 of trending right now.
Yeah,
it's all just related to Sasha Banks.
There you go. So that's the thing. Now, how do you feel about the story? The fact that Bailey and Naomi are there for support. It's one of these neat things that we report who's hanging out at wrestling.
Yeah, well, like I said it on our towards the end of the year Christmas special and everything of how they were tracking her going over to Japan, like they fucking tracked Santa going across delivering presents and everything. Of I dig it. It shows that bond of this is bigger. They're friends beyond just company lines and everything. This is, I guess, a little bit anti the old school mentality of pro wrestling of you're loyal to your company, da 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 da.
Am I still loud, by the way? Sorry.
What's up?
Am I still loud?
No, you're good.
Okay. I just turned it up for a second.
Am I good?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay. But no, I think it shows that you're having Naomi go out there on her own accord to be there and support for Sasha, who, by the way, she got forgotten in this whole story and I guess is still going to go back to WWE. You have Bailey going out there, and it's also even that WWE's not coming out there and trying to shut those stories down.
Yeah. Top guys are in the building, folks. FTR is on the way out, the 96th IWGP Tag Champions. We may see a 97th here tonight.
I think we will, but so we've got FTR versus Goto and Hashi. Granted, now Dax has said I'm going to take Goto's head off, but so let us know your predictions for this match, folks. Right. I'm taking Goto and Hashi. I think you are as well. Do you see FTR going back to WWE? Do you see them staying in AEW? Do you see them just kind of floating?
It's interesting times, man. I was convinced that FTR, especially with some of the social media things that have happened, that they were just kind of fed up with the whole situation over at AEW. Sick of the booking, sick of not getting over, sick of this, sick of that. But then we see some Dax on his podcast, and it doesn't sound like it. Maybe the guy's a consummate professional and he's playing things out the way he should. But I'm leaning towards, WWE return sounds very pretty for the FTR. The FTR, like the pot and the
marijuana.
But Dax and Cash are outstanding, and I think the best stage for them would be WWE. And I think they would be a welcomed addition at the top of any tag team division. And I don't see AEW giving them the love that they deserve.
I agree with every bit of that statement there of Dax is a consummate professional when it comes to this. I think they both are. Example, how they were even trying to get CM Punk and the Elite to work together, and even that got blown up in a second because Jericho was like, we'll never allow Punk back here. Punk's putting out, oh, look at all these metrics of sales of merch and pay-per-view buys and everything while I was here.
I don't want to sidetrack too far from this show, but I love those posts. I love when somebody doesn't argue. They just go, here you go. You figure
receipts. Just here's the receipts.
Know what you didn't see on that list? Bucks, Kenny, Jericho. On a lot of those top things.
And not to mention, I think, like you said, of if it almost looks like Cash at least looks like he's almost saying goodbye to the Japan crowd, just the way his body is. This could just be me reading into it, but
that's how I felt at Final Battle, and that's how I felt when they lost to the Ass Boys. It felt like a goodbye.
But you said, you tell me that you have FTR versus the Usos for the unified, undisputed WWE Tag Team Championships at WrestleMania in Hollywood, and it isn't a fucking show stealer.
That's what I want. And then I've said this multiple times, and this is, I think, one of my pet peeves with the Bucks is I grew up a very big fan of tag team wrestling. I love good tag team wrestling when it's smooth and fluid, and you have those opportunities for false finishes in the way you can do it with tags and tandem offense. And so, I would love a 25-minute, 30-minute fucking barn burner between FTR and anybody. And I think they elevate teams. I think the Usos are phenomenal. You put them back in the ring with the Usos, you may get the best tag team matches we've ever seen. Bold, KJ.
Not bold, but not wrong. How dare you say something so brave?
Well, and I mean, honestly, I feel like the Usos deserve an FTR and sign some other tickets where at the end of the Usos' career, you can go one of the best tag teams ever because they've had a historic career, but they beat the New Day 24 times for titles, and they,
Absolutely. Well, and we haven't seen really
Fandango.
FTR versus this iteration of the Usos. The last time we saw the Usos and FTR in the ring together being involved in anything, it involved Usi Hot. And I know Usi's made a comeback, but at least the Hot's still attached on the back end. But I've got Hashi and Cash kicking it off right now.
Was there anyone better than Vince at taking people, like, once they decided that this is not working out, this relationship is not co-mutual anymore? Was there anyone better at just fucking belittling and degrading any wrestler knowingly on the way out?
Well, there's a million thoughts and a million ways I can answer that, and most of them all end up in saying negative things about Vince McMahon. So I'll say this of that absolutely. That man enjoys degrading, demeaning, putting people down. But Christ, you saw Moxley getting put through table after table. You saw Lana getting put through table after table.
The Lana one is one of my favorite things ever because there's no way you could, like, anybody.
You won a match by doing nothing.
You could take a random person from anywhere on the street and say, okay, here's the situation. Dude works for company. There's some issues. Dude leaves company. His wife still works for the company. And then they fuck her for fucking 10 straight weeks. Anybody would be like, oh, that sounds like there was bias, or like, that doesn't sound fair. There's nobody that hears that story that doesn't go, oh man, that poor girl. But Lana, to her credit, for all the people that shit on Lana, because Lana is Lana, she really, sir, I got thrown off by Tamron. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, what? That woman, she stuck it out. She stuck it out. By the way, we got a tag match going on.
I was gonna say, I don't want to talk about Lana anymore because I got Dax and I got Goto right now, and this is very much. This is going to be akin to, as we're getting just elbows getting fed on both sides, but this is going to be akin to a bit of FTR versus the Briscoes. I feel not in maybe so much the same way of the violence and all of that, but this isn't going to be waiting, hold up for the high spot like FTR versus the Bucks, what have you. This is going to be just, I'm gonna smash you in the face.
Ryback left the chat. He didn't even say hi. Come on. Tammer totally threw me off. I read it and I'm like, wait, he was here? I want to talk to him.
Skip Sheffield, Ryan
I've been dying to talk to this guy.
He's secretly our number one fan. Oh.
But just to give everyone an update out there, we have FTR in the ring right now. If you haven't made a prediction on this title match, get your predictions in. I mean, FTR is pretty lazy as it is, so if you want to use FTR or just the F, go ahead.
Get the F out.
Get the F out. But let us know, folks, who are you taking in this match? You want to talk about why or anything else to do with wrestling? We are here all night, all morning. We don't go home, ever.
Oh, I'd be doing this regardless. I just happened to turn the camera on.
Right. I don't know. I don't know if I can commit that strong, but yeah, no, definitely. This just saves me from watching it tomorrow.
Oh, superplex into a big splash from Cash on a Goto for a 2 count. But no, like I said, we've already had Mercedes, Sasha Banks show up, and we're getting FTR now, and we've still got Zack Sabre Jr., we've still got Osprey versus Omega, we've still got Jay White versus Okada. We've still got a stacked card the whole rest of the way through.
Oh! See, this is the FTR people don't fully get sometimes. Man, into a Snapdragon to a flyover roll up, like it was fucking beautiful.
Oh, Dragon Suplex,
right? But you think of FTR as like, I feel like Dax and Cash both put on a little bit of weight hanging around AEW, not working very much.
Well, When you spend that much time in catering, I mean,
Listen, I'm not hating, but they got a little bit of the dad bods going on. Welcome to the club, boys.
But that's again, that's part
Wow.
of FTR's charm, their believability of what makes them great is they don't, the chiseled Adonis or anything like that. They're not the super high flyers that can do 10,000 fucking moonsaults and still land a 360. No, these guys just look like if you went down to your fucking local bar and said, hey, fuck you, they'd be the ones that be dragging you out.
Oh yeah, and that's what wrestling used to be, was the guys that were like, you would like see a wrestler on TV and go, oh, that guy would totally fuck up everybody in the room. Like,
right?
Right? Like, and no offense to the Darby Allens and the Sammy Guevaras of the world, like the Young Bucks, like, we're badass wrestlers. I'd beat the shit out of both of you at the same time.
Noogie.
Come here.
Here's a little guy. Most cities, Monair hair was styled to look like a flame. Interesting look. Yeah, she borrowed the Bam Bam Bigelow style.
Yeah, I thought it was distracting. Yeah, I didn't like it.
Little bit.
I thought it should just been, I mean, it took you a minute to realize. I thought she was glitching.
No, that's just probably me. Dax and Hashi right now back in the ring. Oh,
Victor gave up. Don't worry, Victor. We'll keep you posted on all the ongoings here. But yeah, the only place to get it is New Japan World.
Absolutely, but it's still I don't think it's
not over.
What? Oh, I forget you're ahead of me. Super kick. Oh, Cash breaks it up.
Oh.
Big ring.
Yeah. Sorry, I read how this turns out.
Two count.
Near fall off the big rig, folks. And dude.
I can't make it any faster.
It is so good that my place is not like semi-detached or an apartment building. Like thank fuck I'm in a swamp.
Okay, Shrek.
I got layers, man. I got layers.
What are you doing in my swamp? Does that make me donkey?
I was gonna say it, dude. Folks, welcome to the 4 a.m. giggles.
It's almost 4 a.m. in the morning. I'm making waffles.
I'm making waffles. You kind of. Oh, that's kind of funny.
Just a little bit. I don't know. You have to sit there and take water. I don't know if it's funny.
Donkey.
Superplex, or suplex, not superplex. Suplex from Dodo on the Dax.
Do you ever shut up?
No.
Okay, sorry. Back to the action, folks. Yeah, the Shrek joke popped me.
Vitamins, folks. Vitamins, especially. This is, like I said, wake and bake session 100%.
Man, I put vitamins in my coffee, so I think they're settling. Good morning.
Vitamin enhanced coffee. Why we're up here at 3 a.m. calling this shit.
Yeah, I'll show you Folgers. Oh! Stuff pile driver! Fucking hell.
Oh!
But listen, we talked about the golf clap. The golf clap aplenty during this match. It has not stopped.
Well, see, that's the thing is now if you compare this to when Mercedes came out, the tandem spike pile driver. 1, 2 count. And it's so interesting how a spike pile driver looks more devastating at this point than a Canadian destroyer, than a fucking even a tombstone, honestly.
Yeah, no, I still say certain moves like the spike pile driver, and that should end matches. It really should.
It's so you have to still protect moves. Oh, yeah. What the fuck was that?
Yoshihashi with a big super kick. Oh, Wheeler. Listen, Wheeler's underrated for how many bumps this fucking guy takes. He took a huge suplex onto the floor. Now he just goes over top onto the floor again. Now Dax is in the ring just taking a licking.
Oh. Oh, clothesline to the back of the neck on Dax. Super kick.
Call it in.
Showtime. 2, 3.
New IWGP Tag Champions. The tour of Give Up Back Our Belts is still alive and well, folks.
Yeah, the farewell tour. Well, it started off where they were kissing the belts, and I was like, if you're following wrestling tradition, everything, most of the time you only do that if you're saying goodbye to the belt.
And I mean, man, I will say this: New Japan, their matches kind of step on the gas. They go, 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 and end. They don't. There's not a lot of this. It's
just red line,
and they don't. I mean, the main events are going to hang around for a minute, but oh look, fucking Dax got an ice pack on right away.
Yeah, like I said, well, no, they treat professional wrestling like how it should be. It's a goddamn sport. It's not a circus attraction. It's not sports entertainment. It's a goddamn sport.
We need more of that. And I keep saying, like, people talk about, modern wrestling's ruined, but I truly believe that, with the use of social media, with the use of the dirt sheets, with the use, you look at a guy like Osprey, look at a guy like Jay White, when they when they go to the press conference after, they don't come out and say, "Hi, I'm Will Osprey. Yeah, we put together these really cool matches. Yeah, I had this idea like 3 months ago." No, he comes out, starts calling people the C word and like fucking just dropping bombs. Like, they are who they are, and that's the way it should be. And that's why a lot of people have issues with a guy like Jericho, which I told you every stream I'm going to find a reason to shit on Jericho. But it's like that.
Not
like,
hard.
Aren't I wonderful? No, Osprey doesn't come out. He's like, I won again. Fuck all you guys. Who's going to beat me? I'm the best at what I do. And they hold that. FTR's like that. They need more of that.
This is part of why I've been a fan of New Japan, why I love Japanese style wrestling, why I love more of the international style wrestling at times, of like why I like the Japanese and the UK style. Of you hear a Jay White cut a promo about being the catalyst of pro wrestling. You hear Osprey during that whole press conference of, you want to talk about my mental state, bruv, and everything. That it didn't feel like he was playing a character. This is Joe Anawahi as the role of Roman Reigns or anything like that.
Yeah.
This felt 100% like Will Osprey, or feels 100% like Jay White. Even like when Osprey is saying of, if it comes to it, there's nothing, no referee that's going to stop me from caving your head in and taking that torch. Of it feels 100% believable. That's why I like guys like Eddie Kingston. Of it feels 100% authentic.
Yeah, and that's what it is. But and again, when you bring in the real elements, because whether he's a wrestler, where when you look at the comparables, really he did live that. Like, to do what he loves, he had to take 15-hour flights. He had to do all the shit he's saying he did. So you love it, you buy into it. And real quick, I will touch on this. You guys are 6 hours would be a blessing, sir. I don't know the last time I had 6+ hours.
Right? What are you talking about?
But yes, we will be back for Dynamite, a big Dynamite, January 4th. We are looking forward to it. A new look Dynamite. We see the blue, we see the lasers, we see the red. We will see Ricky Starks. We'll see Jericho. We will see a whole lot of stuff.
I don't know why I just popped a little bit there of, I just picturing Tony Khan excited about, I need sharks with freaking lasers on it. It's a lot of blue, a lot of lasers.
Yeah, I need
that's 100% a Tony Khan type thing. Just, I need lasers.
Right.
But absolutely, we will be back here. Still covering Christ. We were almost going to cover. Go ahead. We were almost going to cover NXT earlier tonight and everything.
We thought about it for a second. Anybody, hey, let me know in the chat if you watched NXT. Just give me a rating. Don't tell me anything about it.
Thumbs up, thumbs down. Thumbs up,
thumbs down. Thumbs up, thumbs down on NXT. If you watched NXT, it's a rare. Like, I mean, since we started this channel, I don't think we've ever. It's rare that we miss a Tuesday or any day. So
this is also, though, the first New Japan show that we've covered live on the channel as well. So
it's true, very much so. But I mean, truthfully, guys, we just skipped out so we could get a little bit of sleep, be up So we could be nice and spry. I was really terrified to do a 3 a.m. stream with Nick and I just half asleep in our pajamas.
All right. Well, we've been here with like
Oh, you never
AEW
know, man.
views of, all right, I have toothpicks keeping me open.
Right. Yeah. Joe versus Darby is going to be an interesting match. But I feel like they're setting it up that Darby's going to win. Or he's going to beef with Sting.
No, Sting's already come out and said about how he has his end game planned out. And he has said that Darby's involved, but we don't know how.
I think Darby should be his final match. Just put him to bed. Like old Sting to new Sting. Let's just move on.
Fair enough. But right now, I'm getting Zack Sabre Jr. coming out as we're getting Zack Sabre Jr. versus Ren Narita for the first ever New Japan television title. Yes, so while KJ takes a little pause for the cause, refreshes his coffee, all of that, let me know who you're taking for this match, folks, whether you got Zack Sabre Jr. or Ren Narita. For it's interesting of now New Japan's adding the new titles of they're very much trying to expand to a Western audience. I feel like they had it around 2018, 2019 when they had, I think it was the end of the trilogy between Omega and Okada. You had Tanahashi, you had Naito, that were all superstars of very much known to Western fans from New Japan. And then the May 19th happened, and it's kind of really thrown everything back to the back burner. But that's why I love seeing guys like Jay White and now seeing Will Ospreay get these moments of these are the guys that have carried this company. And Zack Sabre Jr. is 100% one of them. If he's been a guy that WWE's wanted, AEW's wanted, every wrestling promotion out there's wanted. But he's decided to 100% stay with New Japan, and he's still, for if you know, you know. As I think they just showed Shibata on commentary as well. But right now we've got an arm drag. Zack Sabre Jr. for the win, says Victor, 100%. I realize that NXT's women's division is better than Raw and SmackDown's women's division. Well, and I'll ask this to the class here of the New Japan women's division, where does that stand amongst the ranks of professional wrestling companies, women's divisions now? If we've got Sasha Banks, Monet Banks, Mercedes Monet, but no Frankie Monet, there with Kairi Sane, and we've now got Charlotte back on SmackDown. You know, where does New Japan rank now after this whole I guess what we all thought was going to happen was Sasha Banks showing up outside of WWE, and she's now officially a member of the New Japan roster. Apollo Crews versus Carmelo Hayes was a very good match, getting 21 Battle Royal next week on NXT. Winner gets Roxanne Price for the NXT Women's Championship. Thank you, Damien. Damien's taking Zack Sabre. And now we're getting a test of strength between both men. Stardom over WWE and AEW's women's division. I think that's more debatable. I think that's more personal preference, Cameron, if you're asking me. But it is going to be interesting to see obviously with the creation of the United States title, which may be the main event tonight between Osprey and Omega. But with that being in New Japan, now they're adding the TV title it seems very much like they're aiming to maybe put a focus in 2023 on New Japan Strong and go back to expanding into a U.S. audience. What does CM Punk cost Omega the match? I'd have to see it to believe it. I don't think that would happen, but I did think it was a little bit of an interesting potential shout at CM Punk when Omega at the press conference when Osprey, like I said earlier, when he bumped up into him go ahead, ruin the main event. Go ahead, ruin the main event. Very much of how Punk talked about, hey man, about to ruin the main event. And then also, I'm sure that's now I'll ask this: do we think that Kenny handled breaking in, busting into Punk's locker room the way that he did when Osprey kind of squared up to him at the press conference? Because if he did, then I can see why Ace Steel might have bit him. Just saying. Oh, bridging suplex. And Zack Sabre Jr. 100% just looks in control of this match. Literally just slaps the man in the chest to break up the pin. We won't know where New Japan Women's Division stands until Sasha finally has an actual match. Well, we already know when that's going to happen, though, when we know who it's going to be against as well. So I guess we'll kind of go from there. I do find it interesting that we're going to get the dream match that's been speculated, percolated, pontificated about with Sasha versus, or Mercedes, I have to keep calling her Mercedes now, versus Kyrie. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. And does anyone else kind of make that jump now that they saw that she could do that? Of how many other people that might be in a contract dispute or doesn't know where they want to fit in, or maybe because the main event scene might be too crowded in a certain company, if they decide that they're going to go over to New Japan and expand that division. As Zack Sabre Jr. just literally seems like he's just enjoying this man just kicking him in the back right now, because he sat there and braced up for it and everything. What if Naomi comes out as Soraya's partner? Again, Victor, I guess I'd have to see it when I believe it. Of everything that I'm seeing right now is she's going back to WWE. As we've got both men just big booting each other in the face repeatedly. Penalty kick to the chest there from Zack Sabre Jr. But every report that I've seen says that Naomi's going back to WWE, and especially when her husband works there, I think it wouldn't make sense for her to turn around and choose to go to the competition. RJ, thank you. Hello, I just subscribed. Absolutely. You should all be like an RJ. Absolutely be a friend, tell a friend. We're the wrestling, we're the alternative commentary for anything and everything when it comes to pro wrestling. Christ, that's why we're up here at 4 o'clock in the morning, at least for us on the East Coast here, watching New Japan live. But then again, I'd probably be doing this anyways. I just turned the camera on. But absolutely, we're here covering WWE, AEW, New Japan now at this point, XPW, GCW, Impact, NWA, 100%. And we're still, I know it turned over to the new year. It's the 2023. It's the Jordan year. But we're still within a year of being existing. And it's still been nothing but big things popping, little things stopping. And we still got nothing. We got big things going on 100%. Up to something, season never sleeps. So absolutely be a friend, tell a friend. Tell everybody that you know, whether they like wrestling, they just want to hang out. Christ, just let them know. Yes, Victor said, showing some love to RJ. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. in the morning for me. Yes, same as well. Trust me, this is the wake and bake, the breakfast. This is, I think, at this point, probably reaching territory of Brunch with the Boys 3 here, when we were here for Clash of the Castle, and I think one or two other shows that started, middle of the afternoon, 4 o'clock. But now we're here at 4 a.m. And again, this is the type of wrestling that I like watching, of the technical wrestling, of everything that happens in this ring has a point, has a reason, is calculated, is there, it's storytelling, it's in-ring psychology, but it's all done through physicality. It's not, you're not going to get your big, huge promos. You're not going to get fully exactly your MJFs. I think that's maybe part of what made a guy like Kenny stand out. Of he had that Western kind of promo style and everything. But they tell their story in ring. Kick out, 2 count right now. I'm from Pennsylvania. Good to know, RJ. Something I want to know is why anybody never asked Jimmy Uso about when Naomi. Cameron, I think you threw too many different words in there at the same time, but I get what you're trying to get at of why people were going to Jimmy about Naomi. Well, triangle armor, but I think it's in part because of the bloodline, and obviously Jimmy's already had his own issues and everything, but at the same time, Naomi's an independent woman. I hate to use that terrible phrase and everything, but she 100% can still go and do what she wants and everything. It's just, I'm not saying just because her husband works there she has to work there, but drop down Pele kick, and Zack Sabre Jr. 100% has been in control of this match so far. And for those who haven't watched Sabre Jr., absolutely, he is, like I said, one of those guys that has always kind of managed to stay international, much like an Osprey, but is a phenomenally talented pro wrestler. Absolutely. I guess I'll take this as it's just, me here and everything, but absolutely 100% T's and P's, thoughts and prayers to Damar Hamlin, everything that happened with that. It's amazing to see the amount of support and the amount of outcry and everything like that's happened in that whole situation. And the man's charity's now up to $5 million and everything. And trust me, I was already looking earlier today about potentially getting a jersey myself. But I will also take this moment real quick to say, fuck Skip Bayless, by the way. Man can eat a dick. But absolutely T's and P's 100% to Damar Hamlin in that whole situation. And hopefully it ends as positive as it could. 2 count right now with a abdominal stretches right now getting traded back and forth as we're getting now into a rear naked choke and again back into an abdominal stretch. And again, it goes back to, like I said, of this is more the technical style of wrestling of how often do you see in a WWE ring. Oh, that was quick as hell. I was about to say of how often do you see abdominal stretches used in a ring. And Zack Sabre Jr. ends it real quick with an armbar. And your new, first time ever, New Japan IWGP television champion, Zack Sabre Jr. And 100%, if you're going to try and expand to a U.S. audience, a Western audience, and focus on New Japan Strong and all of that, having Zack Sabre Jr. on a weekly television show, potentially, or on a regularly occurring television show representing your brand, 100%. And now it's going to be interesting to see where he goes because Suzuki Gun is going to no longer exist after this as well. They actually decided to end the faction as a whole at the end of 2022. So this is Zack Sabre Jr. very much. TMDK right now out here with Zack Sabre Jr. Yes, Victor says he called it. Absolutely. I think I'm already lost as to where I am on a record of, I think I'm maybe 2-1, maybe 1-2. I think so far, but they're offering Zack Sabre a TMDK shirt. Oh, he's putting it on, so it looks like he's gonna end up joining it and being the leader now of TMDK. So like I said, it's now it looks like Zack Sabre Jr. is going to have his own faction outside of being, under Suzuki Gun and all of that.
Boom! Hey, he joined a TMDK out of nowhere with Shane Thorne.
Slapjack.
Slapjack. Now, Zack Sabre Jr. is a talented guy. I just feel like in the last couple of years, he fell to the background. Guys like Osprey, Jay White, even Tamatonga, like there was a good handful of talent coming out of New Japan that kind of overshadowed Zack Sabre Jr.
Fair enough. It might be one of those of, especially, with travel restrictions, what have you, but it also might be more of that, he might just always kind of seem like that top mid-card guy, maybe not your top main event guy.
Yeah. Again, but a very technical wrestler, people talk about him versus Brian. Now, look, he is out talking or walking by anyway.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, like you said, it looks like he has a new crew.
Yeah, well, and if they're gonna make a focus back to going towards a Western audience and everything, I don't mind this at all.
No, not at all, Nick. Speaking of Tamatonga, another title match up. And we got Carl Anderson putting his belt on the line, representing the WWE here tonight.
The good brother versus who I thought was going to be the leader of Bullet Club, Tamatonga, who's now been exiled from Bullet Club.
Yeah.
The group that he helped found.
Uh-huh. But another guy, like another talented wrestler who's out in the wrestling world. But we will see how this goes. I mean, Carl Anderson, obviously it was newsworthy and noteworthy when Carl Anderson opts to not defend his title. And Victor here with a bold statement to start is Anderson to retain, which would be very, very telling.
100%. But, and I'll ask this on a side note real quick I know we've talked a lot about, say, a dream match of Jacob Fatu versus Roman. A lot of people have pitched the idea of a dream match of Tama versus Roman.
Listen, I mean, we talk about it, and Tamatonga, I mean, we see the Gorillas, they very much, are in that vein where there's a lot of Samoans out there.
Well, they're
have an anti-bloodline show up.
Tamatonga's the son of Haku of King of Meng.
Yeah,
so Meng. We could get Meng versus the son of Meng versus the son of the head shrinkers.
Yeah. But like you said, they're just right now talking about the core four of the club where you said Tamatonga gets exiled, and we'll see how that goes now. But here comes Machine Gun, Mr. Controversial.
So am I safe in saying that we're both going Tama on this match?
Yeah, I have to imagine that. I mean, Carl Anderson winning tonight will send a large message across the bow to everyone else that the WWE isn't the WWE of old, where they do acknowledge other wrestling companies and they very much see the value in being involved in other wrestling companies.
If Carl Anderson retains, it shows that there's a working relationship between New Japan and WWE.
And it goes back to the point of just because we see Sasha hanging around New Japan doesn't mean she won't ever come back to the WWE. Doesn't mean she's a slam dunk for AEW. There is a lot to be considered here still.
Well, it's like you even said or somebody might have said it in the chat earlier, it could still be that it's just, she's kind of on loan from WWE. Now she's kind of just, she's working there. We won't really know how much she's really there until we actually get a full match and we see that happen.
Absolutely. I mean, tonight was just a teaser. She comes out, she takes out Kairi in a bit of a botched finish, but she is trying a new finish.
Yeah, not good.
Noodles. Anderson retains. Carl Anderson was
Luke Gallows. Luke Gallows was fake Kane.
Yes, Luke Gallows was fake Kane.
And if anyone is out there, you can watch a clip of Luke Gallows do a Howard Finkel impression talking about when he's going to go against Kane and everything. Yes, this is Howard Finkel.
Yeah, no, dude, that was hilarious, and he's spot on. Like, the Fink is that guy. He's kind of like when we talk about the Buffers. Like, imagine being at the Buffers house for Thanksgiving, right? Like,
it's time to cut the turkey.
So no, Luke. Carl Anderson's not big enough to be fake Kane, but Luke was definitely fake Kane. Ironically, who was also fake Diesel. So there you go. Everyone's a fake somehow. Kane was not Gallows.
Well, yeah, well, exactly. And well, also Luke Gallows was also Festus, and technically Kane was also the Christmas creature. If we're going back to the holidays,
Anderson lays out Tonga and then slaps the ref. Now, for those who are used to seeing WWE Carl Anderson, this is going to be a bit of a surprise because New Japan Carl Anderson is a different guy.
Oh, absolutely. Again, that's why it was a big deal when AJ Nakamura and the Good Brothers signed from New Japan over to WWE because of what they had done over there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they had a bit of a lackluster first run, but I mean, at the time, I think a lot of teams, especially tag teams, have had lackluster runs in the WWE. I'm really curious now that AJ's been announced to have a broken ankle, how that impacts Rumble, how that impacts the WrestleMania season. How long will AJ be on the shelf? How does it impact the Good Brothers? Will they still try and find a way to make the OC relevant? But they can go. They can go. And I mean,
Mishin. I said they got Mishin. They got Mia Yim.
Right?
She'll be the new leader.
The new leader. Oh! Oh! Carl Anderson on the stage. Lays out Tonga. Boom, boom, boom. Bullet Club turn on Anderson. Ooh, good shout. Remember, Bullet Club's not really friends with Tonga right now. So, guys, I mean, it's not exactly a shoe-in now. The assumption for me is that Carl Anderson will lose this just because he's currently contractually obligated to the WWE. So we will see. We will see. But right now, Carl Anderson lays out Tama Tonga on the rampway. And yeah, Carl Anderson definitely looking ready to go tonight, defending his title. And if you haven't made a prediction yet, folks, get it in. I will take a minute to remind everybody. Oh, Carl Anderson giving us a little RKO on the outside. Tonga going for the cutter, and Tonga says, not today. There you go. Noodles! What's up, Noodles? Anderson for the win. I agree with you, Nick, at KJ. I'm thinking New Japan and WWE are working together. Yeah, Carl Anderson holding onto this belt will definitely send a large message. And I've said that a couple times already, where I truly believe that Carl Anderson holding on to the IWGP title in any way, shape, or form says that there's something there because it means Carl will be back. And I do believe that Triple H understands the importance of connecting outside of your own market. If you want to continue to grow, I mean, we talk about 2023, we're going to see NXT UK, well, not UK, but Europe reform. So we'll see what that means. Like Triple H is a different cat. He's not Vince. Vince was on an island. Vince didn't want to even acknowledge other wrestling. Oh! Sorry, folks. Carl Anderson, huge boot on the apron. Tonga down again. And if you were looking for Smash Mouth, here we go. Coming off the heels of a very technical win for Zack Sabre Jr. Nick, MJF is yes. I know Nick's not here right now, but the scarf will be out in full effect tomorrow night or tonight. Shit. Folks, we will be here tonight. It is tonight for AEW Dynamite. I'm looking forward to the new look AEW and pardon me. But if you to me, I really, really want to see TK, Tony Khan, start the year on the right foot, dig in, and really deliver a solid show. The card's looking good. I really, really want a good Dynamite to set the tone for 2023. Um, he's up against WWE right now, going through Royal Rumble season. They're going to steal a lot of headlines with a lot of rumors. This is a chance for Tony to have a moment. And I mean, look at it. What if Sasha Banks, Mercedes, is Soraya's tag team partner? What the hell does that mean for wrestling? What does that mean for the AEW women's division? So I'm looking forward to Dynamite. We will be live, Mr. Every Night, Mr. Every Morning, Mr. Every Day will be here with the crew as well. I don't know who's coming with me, though. We'll figure that out. But we will be here. We'll be here tomorrow as well, Thursday, for the podcast. Friday, we got doubleheader, and then the weekend, I'm sure there's something going on. We haven't announced yet what we're going to cover, but we will take a look at it. It is a busy time of year for us, folks. We got Friday the 13th coming up. Hard to Kill. Bully Ray is challenging for that title. We got lots going on. And I mean, you look at GCW is going to have some things going on this month. Again, the place to get all your wrestling. We are the alternative commentary to all the wrestling folks. And to prove that, we're here at 4 a.m. And Carl Anderson, boom! Huge TKO. Tonga with a kick out. Yes! I'm looking forward to Omega and Osprey. Danish wrestling nerd, good to see you. Thank you for being here, sir. Yes, Omega, Osprey, a lot of people are eager for. I think let's not look past Jay White and Okada. To me, that's my odds-on match of the night. We've seen FTR lose. We saw Kairi Sane win, but get interrupted by Mercedes. We've seen a lot going on. TJP and his team with Akira hold on to the titles. United Empire. Lots going on, folks. We've been here since 3 a.m. I hope everyone is doing well. Those who haven't been to sleep yet, thank you for staying up. Those who have already woken up and are starting your day, thank you for starting your day with us. And we're not going anywhere till this wrestling is done, folks. Oh, Death Valley Driver! Death Valley Driver! Yes, go check out the Danish Wrestling Nerd, by the way, folks. Good friend of the channel. Nice to see you here, sir. Thank you for popping in and saying hello, even though we're in heated battle when it comes to the fantasy faction. Vince was in the business of marketing and sales of his characters. Triple H is in the business of wrestling. Two different mind frames. Triple H will be more willing. Absolutely agree with you, Smile Mark. Again, Vince was all about the universe, his universe, right? And very much Triple H comes into this understanding. And again, if your competition is putting themselves out there in other avenues, I think you'll see Triple H, monkey see, monkey do. You want to do that? We can do it as well. We can make relationships. That's where we talk about the possibility of a CM Punk returning or FTR returning, because I do think Triple H is about building relationships and forgetting the past and whatever is best for business. Yes. We appreciate it, Victor. We appreciate it for sure. I think the FTR is working on a redesign. I don't think it's a redesign. I honestly have a feeling FTR feels like they're on a farewell tour. I think they hope or had hoped that maybe there could be something that works out with AEW, but we heard rumors of their contracts coming up. They haven't been booked particularly great in in AEW. Oh, splash by Tonga. A deep two, folks. We're finally live for there you go. There you go. The folks that usually miss our stream because of the time change are now sitting having lunch or brunch with us. There you go. A little bit of love. I love it. I love it. But yeah, I think FTR, I think it's a farewell tour. Like we saw it. They gave up the Ring of Honor belts. Oh, sorry. The action is hot and heavy. Tonga. Oh, Tonga catches the cutter. but eats a European uppercut. Oh, enters back. Tonga off the second rope, hits a cutter. And the crowd pops, one of the biggest pops I've heard out of this New Japan crowd tonight. The Tokyo Dome clapping feverishly. There we go. Thunder Rosa versus Kana Asuka, Wrestle Kingdom 18. Who would win? Oh, there you go. There you go. A new Tama Tonga with the win. The never open weight challenge championship, sorry. Which, I mean, I still don't quite understand the naming of the division. Never open weight. But I do like the fact that I find it very interesting. You really see like instantly trainers are icing down the competitors before they even get out of the ring. It's amazing. Yeah, sorry, Smile Mark. I think we saw someone else ask this question as well. Again, two strong women. It could go either way. I put a little more money on Asuka, a little more. I don't know. I'm such a fan of Thunder Rosa in the ring as well. But if I had to put my money down, slight edge on Asuka. There we go. There we go. My hope is a redesign because they will be missed. Absolutely. I mean, we talk about this with AEW, pardon me. But you don't want to lose. I mean, people can say what they want about CM Punk and not liking him, but I mean, recently he put up a string of facts of charts that show his impact in the company. So you don't want to lose CM Punk and FTR and this person and that person that contribute. Even William Regal, you need that solid talent kicking around to help that show. So we'll see. Tama Tonga, your new champion, folks. I can't wait to see what Mercedes and finishing move she is. She has, well, Damien, she tried to use kind of the hook swing DDT. That's the best way I could call it. But where she locks the wings at the back, they did botch it, but it looks like she's trying a very much that back hook, almost like almost like a flapjack, but she spins it around. It just didn't work out too well tonight. No, KJ, say it's not so. So it is so, folks. What else is so? Before we get into the next match, is we are the Wrestling for Life Network. I am KJ. Big Nick is on a break, but he will be back. I thank everybody for tuning in here this morning. I can't believe I thought maybe it would be like me, Nick, and one viewer. So we greatly appreciate all the folks being in the stream here tonight. All the new faces, thank you for joining us. And folks, we will be here. Dynamite. We'll be here for our podcast on Thursday. Doubleheader Friday. We got big plans. We're working on a lot of things behind the scenes. We're working on a merch store. We're working on a website. We're working on other avenues. We got lots coming your way. The channel is just beginning. We just turned 10 months old, folks. So we got a lot of milestones to hit in 2023. And we are getting set for the next match. We got, what is next? We got, we'll get there. What? It's been a minute since I heard a good what chant. There we go. What? Give me the Usos FTR, Danish buddy. I completely agree. I've been beating this drum hard. I know Nick's completely in agreement with me. Like, we need this quality of match. And I think it's good for the Usos because a lot of people kind of overlook the Usos because they haven't had, amazing tag team rivalries, right? Like, they are in an era where WWE has kind of got away from their tag team wrestling, or at least they did with Vince at the helm. Sanada and Bushi are here. Again, love the entrances, love the grandiose style, the big screens. So we're getting the 6-man tag, I believe, is up next. Just quickly reviewing my card here, but I do believe this is going to be a 6-man. Fujinami. Oh no, that was the pre-match. By the way, Minoru Suzuki was involved in a loss tonight. But yeah, I mean, I woke up and I thought I was still dreaming. I'm like, is Suzuki on TV? Why is he on at 2 a.m? But I will take that fantasy faction crown. I don't know. We're off to a good start this time. So I think last round we started well and ended poorly. So both former champions of the fantasy faction. Folks, go over to our social media, check out our Danish buddy, and also check out us and Cheap Pop, who is organized and running the fantasy faction. Good little fun between podcasts. It's growing by the round. And it's been a lot of fun to kind of pick our teams and see how they turn out. But ourselves and the Danish Warrior both are former faction champions. So we'll see how this round goes. Ends off at the Rumble. So lots to be figured out in that yet. I will always support. Hey, speaking of support, how's it going, buddy?
Absolutely. It's going fantastic. And we've got Naito with almost a white rabbit mask coming out right now.
Right?
But yes, so we've got Los Ingobernables de Japan. And I know I had to show up because you were going to butcher that.
Buddy, I saw the name come up on the fucking screen and I left it. No,
not even going to try.
Dude,
but I'm a big fan of Tetsuya Naito.
Yeah.
Sonata's being you thought he was going to get a huge push in New Japan for a good minute.
Mm-hmm.
And
so is this a 6-man tag?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so.
This is Bushi, Sanada, and Tetsuya Naito, Los Ingobernables de Japan.
Los Ingobernables!
Right, so if you're a fan of Andrade, of Rush, of even Dragon Lee, of all of that they had in now AEW, in CMLL, and AAA, this is their faction just expanded into New Japan. It's like when NWO had NWO Japan.
Right.
But so we're getting them versus Keiji Muto, Hiroshi Tanahashi, and Shota Umino.
Yeah, now if you like you are, Nick, like a kind of dove into
New Japan mark.
Yeah, New Japan mark. I was trying to be nice. This is a big match. This is going to be a fun one.
Oh, this is going to be a fantastic match. This is going to be like, so far every match has been like, that's the thing, is we haven't had one kind of dull match. We haven't had one match that we're like, all right, that maybe went a little too long, or all right, can we end this? Like, if anything, we've had matches of like, no, you can still got like a couple minutes, like keep going.
Right. And man, again, like I keep saying, well, you were on break there. I just finished saying, like, the big stage, the big screens, the entrances, like, again, like there's times where you feel like you're at a rock concert the way they open these matches. I love it. I'm such a sucker for a good entrance.
Oh, absolutely. They treat it how it should be. It's a spectacle, it's a sport, it's entertainment. Mm-hmm. This is a show that you're putting on.
Pause for the cause.
Yeah, see, I like how that's gone on. Yes. I think we've all kind of run through our little pauses for the causes and everything. So
yeah, man. I mean, those late night, early morning munchies definitely are a thing. So eventually we'll be
breakfast time for us. It might be, dinner time, lunchtime, brunch time, wherever people are watching or whenever they're watching.
Yeah, Danish. What time is it in Denmark right now? Funny side note, growing up, my best friend was Danish.
I didn't talk about nationalities with my friends. I don't know.
No, his name, it was funny because big shout out to my buddy Sean. But his name was SAI with like the little house above it and
the little house above it.
right? The accent circomplexe.
Fair
Side
enough.
note, maybe you know a little more about
No,
my
you're good. I didn't know where to go from there, but right now I've got the ace of New Japan coming out right now, Hiroshi Tanahashi,
yeah,
of the man who, when you look at the history books of New Japan, of guys that the company was kind of built on the shoulders of.
Yes.
Tanahashi is 100% one of those. We've seen him.
Mm-hmm.
He challenged Moxley. I think you thought that he was going to beat Moxley
I
for
wanted
the
him to beat
AW World
Moxley.
Championship.
Yeah, that was my disappointment with Forbidden Doors. If you really want to surprise me and show me that the doors have been blown off, fucking have some upsets.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I like this. Strawberry cheese day.
Sounds pretty good right now, actually.
It's 10:45 a.m. there.
He's not a demon. Demon Muda. Is Muda scheduled to be? I thought Muda had his match. Is he in the
No, this is his final New Japan match. He's in a
that's what I thought.
tag.
Okay,
It's Keiji Muto, Hiroshi Tanahashi.
and
Yeah.
Man, this match
Muto's
is
in this match.
Listen to the crowd.
That's a good point. So, what's your prediction for this match? Because we've got Muta, we've got Tanahashi, the ace of New Japan, and we've got Shota Umino versus Los Ingobernables. So, who are you taking?
The sentimental side of me, I'm going to go Muta and crew. I have to.
Fair enough. I will take Los Ingobernables then. I think
just because you like saying Los Ingobernables,
because I'm the only one who can say it. But no, I'm a fan of Naito. I feel like his New Japan world title run, his most recent one, was kind of cut short of. We had that whole build up to where he was the IC champ for the longest time, and then was chasing down Okada. I feel like that title reign kind of got cut short, and I feel like he's backslid through the card. Sanada, again, he was a guy who I felt like they were giving a big, strong push to in New Japan, and then he got hurt and he backslid on the card of Los Ingobernables throughout whatever promotion they're in. I guess they seem at times to kind of end up getting really up there and then they backslide.
Yeah.
But I still think, and I get the sentimental favorite of you send out Muta with Christ, maybe does Muta get the pinfall in this match? But as we saw with him losing to Shinsuke, I think he might be doing the actual old style professional
like
retirement tour. If I go out looking up at the lights.
Oh, Fujinami is in the house. I missed the first gentleman. Was it Liger? Anyway, I'm taking Muta and crew simply because Muta lost to Nakamura. Fair enough. And I think because of it being a 6-man, I could see him going over. But not Demon Muta, as Will pointed out.
Yeah, but even then, like Small Mark said, though, if Muta will take the loss, old school, give it back to the business. That's what I'm saying. I think Muta might go that old school style of, I'm going to, go out, looking up at the lights. But I guess we can take this time to reflect on Muta's whole career, because I don't know about you, but he's what introduced me to Japanese style pro wrestling. I remember playing, I think it was WCW versus NWO Revenge or whatever, and Muta was a character and all of that.
Right.
You had him, Hayabusa, etc. That's what introduced me to Japanese wrestling. And go ahead.
Sorry, just Muta giving the boys the old "I got this." Now, Los Ingobernables, I mean, again, to your point, you look at across the ring, you got 3 heavy, big names in New Japan Wrestling. And not to discredit this young crew, but this will be a big 6-man win as far as they're concerned. So and
it's interesting to me that Naito, Sanada, and Bushi are the young crew in this whole situation.
Right?
Guys who have been in New Japan, who have storied histories in New Japan, they're the young guns here.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the cool things about New Japan is because they have like the Doshi system and how they come up, and you see some of these guys for years before they do anything of note. They got to earn their fucking colored pants. Like, fuck.
Well, that's the thing is you can go back and if you go through and look at the whole dojo system, the Young Lions and everything, to see where some of those guys were and where they are now, whether it be a guy like Kenta Christ, like Kenny Omega, etc., to see them build their name up through that whole system. And now these guys are stars on, the biggest international platform.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I mean, I said that about, like, I feel like we've been watching Zack Sabre Jr. wrestle for like 15 years. And Osprey's been around. I mean, we've been talking about, and these are guys in their 30s. I feel like we've been seeing them forever.
But that show that I think helps play, and that's why there's that experience factor. That's why even guys like Takeshita, who just signed with AEW, it's because he grew up in that New Japan style system, to where he's already a seasoned veteran, it feels like, and he's a fucking rookie to any US audience.
Right. No, I hear you for sure.
Moonsault was set up for Sonata for a 2 count. Small Mark saying how Muda's last miss spot has to be an iconic spot.
True. And I mean, I thought the moment with Nakamura was outstanding, right? They both get off a mist, and watching the playback and those two guys, carrying each other up the ramp. And again, Nakamura was front page news when he decided to leave. Like, that's the type of another great example of a guy that you feel like you watch grow up in front of everybody to this superstar status, where in the US you're like, Nakamura, but in Japan he's a fucking rock star.
Oh, absolutely. And Tanahashi's right now trying to talk Muda out of doing the moonsault. I think that that's going to be where this match ends up. We're going to get something like a roll-up or something that happens, or a Destino from Naito, and that's what ends up in the finish, because we've already got them, like you said, they're trying to look out to make sure, like, Muda, like, no, you're good, you got this, okay, man.
Tanahashi in charge, a man that does not lack confidence.
Well, and might have the greatest hair in professional wrestling. Jericho ain't got shit on that.
Right.
But it's still one thing to me that is insane, and it says to the depth that there is in New Japan of Tanahashi versus Naito could main event a Wrestle Kingdom. Absolutely. And it's middle of the show on a 6-man tag on here.
And I mean, this is coming off the heels of what, 4 straight title matches?
Absolutely.
By the way,
so I think almost every match so far tonight has been a title match.
Did I get your take on Tama Tonga, your new never openweight champion?
I feel like we kind of thought that's what was going to happen.
So does that mean we're wrong? What's your relationship happening?
No, I think there's still going to be there still could be a working relationship. I think it's maybe New Japan's taking lessons from AAA of how even they've said we're not going to put a title on another AEW competitor. Of why have someone that's not in your promotion regularly hold your title if they can't make constant commitments?
Well, that's it, right? I mean, and I always thought that was a bad look. I mean, the same thing, like, and then it goes reverse, where you have like FTR with every belt on the planet but the company they work for, and you're like, wait a minute.
Right.
So
something on that up here.
Yeah, like, again, it puts that kind of undue pressure, and I think that's been a problem with AEW going through the back half of 2022, was there was too many titles to focus on. Like, I'm getting main events with Jericho and the ROH title, and really I want to focus on, all right, who are your tag champions, who are your world champions, who's your TV champion. I want to focus on that.
Absolutely, and I don't want to take away from that. But can we just take a moment to embrace what Naito just did there? He has, I believe, the shotgun drop kick in the corner on Tanahashi. Then, while he's hopping to the outside, does the little cheeky, sweep the leg, so he's dropped down in the corner, and then does the springboard into the drop kick in the corner. Like, that's the thing, is it's so fluid. And like we were talking about earlier, of these guys have probably countless, matches with top talent before they even get on a main show.
Yeah.
That these guys are
Oh,
run through it.
holy shit. Shotgun drop kick off the top. Again, this is not going to lack action. And the whole theme of the night was the light goes green, you hit the gas and you go until stop. Not a lot of builds to finishes. And you can kind of see where AEW has that style where the finishes kind of come out of nowhere. But I do like the pace they keep.
Fair enough. I think when it gets towards a certain point in the card, you get builds to the finishes. If you get the false finishes, that's where that whole trend kind of really started from, was with New Japan. Of you look at Omega versus Okada and how many false finishes, how many V triggers or rainmakers you would see before we get to the actual finish.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I think for me, like you look at the Kyrie match, Kyrie, a heavy favorite. You want her to win. You're setting up this match with Mercedes, Sasha. So she wins quite, suddenly. She wins. She's the better fighter. She walks in. It doesn't have to drag on for 15 minutes. She's the champion. She got a convincing win. I'm good with it.
Absolutely.
Dude, you'll catch up. Wait.
I got an SDFU right now.
No, we got more
SDFU on Naito.
We got all three men, all six men tied up in submissions.
Now, is this where we do the chain spot to where we all hold hands?
Yeah, right.
Power of unity.
Right. Well, Los Ingobernables are not doing so well.
Why do you always say it like you're fucking what's his name there from The Godfather?
There's just something about that extra.
Los Ingobernables. You always gotta like.
I don't know. It begs that deeper register of
right.
Los
Ingobernables all in submission holds right now. And I see
Los Ingobernables, on a quick side note, reminds me of when we do NWA and we got La Resistance, and they're French to me every time. They're not
that's because you're thinking of Sylvain Grenier and Rene Dupree.
Every time.
Resistance.
Yeah, right.
But Damon showing some love for Bushi. That's the thing, is I feel like he's kind of the forgotten man in this match, but Bushi 100% was. That's the thing, is everyone in this match at one point or another was either rumored, speculated, what have you, to sign with AEW, WWE. Of these, I'm waiting to start seeing. We've seen Dragon Lee go from AAA to WWE. Of when does Hunter start? All right, now I'm going to start picking from the Japanese closet here.
Yeah, and I mean, there's talent there, and we've seen that in the past. Triple H won't shy away from guys like that, right? I mean, we still got jackets.
I was gonna say, we had, like you were talking about Nakamura earlier. We got AJ Styles. We got the Good Brothers, all from New Japan. Christ, they basically used the WrestleMania match between Styles and Nakamura, basing that off of people knowing about their match at Wrestle Kingdom.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh,
big drop kick from Sonata onto Muda.
Oh, Sling Blade.
Twist and shout from Tanahashi.
Yeah.
Again on the Naito. Oh. That's so. From Sling Blade from
Bushi is in trouble.
Well, Bushi, though, to where he misses the enziguri and then gets him back on the back spring kick. Shining Wizard from Muto.
That's it. I called it.
Oh, no.
Called it. Bushi takes the L.
2, 3.
So he set up.
Keiji Muto, Hiroshi Tanahashi, and Shota Umino pick up the win. And I'm surprised. My lottery.
I mean, another quick match, good pace, get to the finish, ding ding, it's over, and yeah, Muda
I'd
gets it.
love to see the breakdown of how long these matches really lasted, because I feel like and it could just be how good they are if they just fly by.
I think we're averaging 8 to 10 minutes. Maybe.
Honestly, I just refreshed, and you're really not that far off. We've had 10 minutes. We had the Kyrie match went 5. Then we've had 10,
Yeah.
10, and a 9. So we're, like you said, right about there of 8 to 10 minutes per match.
What's up, Jake? How you doing, buddy? Go check out Jake over at the Discord, folks. I know Jake's in there quite a bit, asking everyone what's up. So go check out our boy Jake, hang out and say hi. Join the community there. I do believe the link is down below.
I can send that real quick. I can put that in the chat. But absolutely,
there you go.
The man with the plan, the man with all the scoops, Jake the Tribal Chief.
All the scoops. Get in there, folks. He's keeping everyone up to date on everything going on in wrestling on our Discord. So go check out Jake. Go say hi.
Right.
Jake from Wrestling Life, not Jake from State Farm.
Well, he sounds like a man. That's because he is.
FTR shows up at NXT, takes titles from New Day at Vengeance Day, and then goes to WWE and takes undisputed titles from Usos at Mania, because this becomes the king. Ooh. You know what? At first I was like, that's silly. And then by the end of it, I was like, all right, maybe. I think Triple H values NXT a lot, and I don't think he's going to do that.
Do you still feel like that? Because I feel like he realized what the fuck is going on and not leave it in Sean's hands anymore, because we've got so we've got Scripps, Cyrax, we've got the Super Diva, Quincy Elliott still going on in NXT.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Here's my take on that. And on a quick side note, as we get the next match, which will be a 4-way match.
Yes, this is going to be the last match before we get into Osprey, and Omega and Jay White versus Okada.
Yeah. This one's going to be good too. Ishimori, the champion, Takahashi, El Desperado, and Master Wato.
Why you had to say it like that?
It feels. I told you, certain things just have an accent associated with them.
No, they don't. You just put that on there. You put the wrong emphasis on the wrong.
I'm not ignorant. I'm imaginative.
But so yes, we have the fatal four-way match for the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Championship. We have Ishimori, Desperado, Takahashi, Wato. Just heard that man say everything just without the accents. But so who are you taking?
I'm going to take the champ to retain.
You're taking Ishimori? You're taking Bullet Club?
Yeah, I like Ishimori. I like Bullet Club. Well, I mean, it's hard to bet against the Bullet Club in New Japan, but we've had a good amount of title changes. I think the champion will retain here.
I think we're getting through title changes because the last two are going to retain.
Okay.
But I think that I'm going to take Takahashi here.
Okay.
Takahashi's again, he's another guy that's always been a prominent figure in New Japan.
Yeah.
And I still think that this could go as a feud of whoever has the title. This still, can bounce around a bit. Ishimori's very much tried to make it seem like he's trying to angle to be the next guy to kind of jump out of the junior heavyweight division into the heavyweight division. But I still think just naturally size-wise it works, and I would love to see just him versus Takahashi in a singles match.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I don't think that's a bad shout at all, Nick. And wow, I'm a peacock. You got to let me fly.
You just got Takahashi's entrance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's pulling an eye on a rope.
Takahashi's 100% an interesting character. He's the man who tends to come out with a stuffed you know, cat and
This,
everything like that.
this
The
is
man
not
likes
a
his
Ric
stuff. The
Flair
man
move.
likes his pomp and circumstance. And I
No,
know
no,
this is
no.
contradictory because I dislike Orange Cassidy and everything like that. But
Yeah, a little bit.
right, but them fuckers, like, that's just, they're all gimmick, no sustenance.
Yeah, there you go.
This is substance.
Muda's team won the 6-man tag, Victor. Muda hits the Shining Wizard, sets up the finisher, and we get a W for his team. So, big W for Muda in his last appearance.
Absolutely. I'm surprised that, you know, he didn't go the old school way of going out looking at the lights, but
Yeah, and
you still have to get over Tanahashi, etc. Of it's his last New Japan match, and he's more known for being in Noah versus New Japan. So
yeah. Now we have the New Japan Dalton Castle coming out.
fuck you.
What?
I said fuck you.
I like see my eyes. But
AJ
yeah,
Styles.
AJ Styles. Here we go. But yes, and I mean, again, this match is going to be a 4-way, setting up the 2 main events. Obviously, still to come, folks. We have not only, as you can see on the screen, once I click on Victor, we got Osprey and Kenny Omega coming up. We also have Okada and Jay White. I
Which
mean,
one main events?
I think it's going to be this one. I think
Oh.
Kenny and Osprey.
Go ahead, ruin the main event. Go ahead, ruin the main event. Go ahead.
Why?
No, I'm just saying that's what it was. Omega.
I just think Jay White and Okada is going to be the better match.
Oh no. Oh, disagree. But no, I was just saying of how when I think we got a teaser too of what's going to be the main event when Omega's over there. Go ahead, ruin the main event. Go ahead, ruin the main event.
Well, yeah, good point. Fair enough. But I mean, realistically, on name value, and I'm not taking it not taking anything away from Okada and Jay White. Everybody knows who they are. But this is Kenny Omega, Will Osprey. Like, it's a big deal, and I get it.
The collective Meltzer 5 stars between the 4 men in the next 2 matches we have. I think it's debatable whether there's more stars there or more stars in the galaxy. I feel.
Yeah, I mean, this is, dude.
I set you up and you didn't want to swing.
Yeah, no, I was just like, fuck.
Swing for the fences, my boy.
I'm positive that the 7-star review for this match is already written. I'm positive. Like, this is a guy that I believe was
swap out names, and he just says rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat.
Just like delete, repeat. I mean, we got El Desperado coming out. By the way, another talented man heading to the ring. I mean, another guy, a masked guy in the whole. I'm gonna rock a suit.
Well, and this whole kind of story, this whole feud has been of El Desperado, I believe, and Takahashi basically saying that they have a claim to challenge for the belt. And Ishimori said, fine, I'll take you both the fuck on. So this is very much more of, this is either going to be very much the coming out party, for Ishimori, or we're going to see them go, New Japan's going to stay towards their more traditional style booking, or at least they're looking, I think, a long-term continuation of this feud of whether it be El Desperado or Takahashi. And I'm not counting out Watto. But I think it's really, this is more of a 3-man match than a 4-way.
I love this entrance. You see this? You'll see in a second. I love it. You got them shooting out the screens of each of the competitors in the match. A real cool entrance. Real cool here.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and that's the thing is too, I feel like we're gonna get, and I'm hoping we get, versus the pomp and the circumstance, the animes and the Street Fighters and all that. We get cleaner Kenny Omega coming out tonight.
I want to see good Kenny. Listen, I mean,
I think you will, but
right. I mean, like I said, this is a guy that Meltzer finagled into the Hall of Fame, the Observer Hall of Fame, real quick. But I want Kenny to live up to all the reports, all the hypes, and all. I think what jades me about him is just kind of like in the vein of Jericho, of like, you haven't really done much in AEW to grab the audience or the attention of people. Who are you? If you really are as great, if you're the greatest wrestler ever, why are you not over more in more households? And prove it to me.
Fair
Period.
enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I came to bring the pain.
I came to bring the pain. Japanese peacock. Why?
Japanese peacock. Sounds like a
Why?
joke.
I'm a peacock. You got to let me fly. Why?
Why?
Ishimori. What? Bullet Club. What? New Japan. What? Wrestle
Why?
Kingdom. What? Wrestling for Life. What? Up early on a Wednesday morning. What?
Right. Getting the wee hours of the morning here, and we're gonna start losing Nick.
Oh, no.
No.
Strap on and strap in. I'm just getting rolling. I'm just getting excited. We've got 2 back-to-back easy contenders for match of the year coming up after this.
Yeah. And we've had a good night. Like I like the pace that New Japan keeps. Like very to the point. Like it's kind of like the a UFC vibe. Fight ends, we go home. Like there doesn't have to be a whole lot of you let the press conferences and all that shit build up the side stories.
Tony Khan, take note. This show has 12 matches, and we're still only 2 hours really in from the start of the main show and everything. And it hasn't been 5, 6, 7 hours, 525,600 minutes when it comes to an AEW show.
In my head lately, because we keep doing that's like
I keep referencing it. So
and usually I fuck up the numbers. So you think
Omega will be able to deliver? He hasn't been a main eventer in a couple years. Been relying on the Young Bucks. I think Osprey will be carrying a lot of the match.
We're gonna find out, and I guarantee if Omega doesn't bring the heat, the first person on this fucking planet that will tell us will be Will Osprey. Like I said, to me, he's become the Conor McGregor of pro wrestling. And
you'll do nothing. You'll do nothing.
Right? I want to see it. I really, really. I've become a huge fan of Will Osprey as of late. And I think what I liked about him was in a time where wrestling was struggling, being a wrestler is hard, obviously lockdowns and shit. But here's a guy that used the media, used social media, used his means to get himself over by just being legit. And it's so fucking refreshing.
Oh, absolutely.
Jeff.
100% and that's the thing is I thought for half a second that was going to go more in towards carrying the draw, the attention and everything for the match. I was like, why are we putting this all on Kenny? Because to me, the pressure's more on Osprey when it comes to this. So this is his moment. He has to shine. This is a make or break. This is his defining moment.
Double pin. Yeah, no, I agree. But I do think, like, for me, I think everyone kind of knows what Osprey is. So I think everyone's looking at Kenny right now because Kenny has been removed from laying down like other than the bullshit 5-star matches that Uncle Dave gives him in AEW, he hasn't done. You haven't been blown away by a Kenny Omega moment in a long time.
See, I'm of similar mindset, but different mindset at the same time. I think that more of people know what Kenny is at this point. Of Kenny's more honestly the household name, the more Western known name. If you were to go up to 10 wrestling fans right now and ask them who they know more, Will Osprey or Kenny Omega, I mean, granted, depending on where you are, you're probably going to get more Kenny Omegas.
Absolutely. And you should.
So I think Kenny can ride on his history with New Japan. Osprey, this is your show to the Western audience. This is your breakout moment. This is 3 years, like even what he talked about in that press conference of this is your time to shine. Of you now have the crowd there, the reactions are going to be there. People are going to be paying attention.
And again, I thought that post was very poignant, Nick, where I thought it was kind of exactly what we're talking about, where people can say, use the F word when it comes to pro wrestling. But realistically, this is a really big moment in this man's career, period. Right? No matter what your art is, this is a huge moment for him. And like you said, it's kind of his coronation. It's his opportunity to shine. And oh my God. And that's how you make an arm drag look fucking pretty. Let's go. Sorry, a hip toss. A hip toss. Simple moves. Hip toss, atomic drop, and then dodges a drop kick. 3 men down, 1 man standing. I love
Hip,
it.
I was gonna say I just got there. Hip toss on the ramp.
Yep. That's
Shoulder
what I
breaker.
mean. Huge moves. Hit a hip toss.
Oh, drop kick into both men.
And ladies and gentlemen,
Lotto into Takahashi and Desperado. Go ahead.
that's it. Everyone's down except the man's in the ring. But I'm going to take a little pause, and we'll be back for the main event.
Ooh, there we go. Absolutely, folks. Fuck you. Pause. But absolutely, right now, I've got Ishimori's the only man standing right now in the ring. All 3 men just hanging out on the entrance ramp. Strap on. Pause. What? Jeff, what up? Chris Jericho versus Omega, 5-star match in your eyes. They want one-on-one in New Japan. I don't ever want to see Chris Jericho versus Kenny Omega ever again. That's Ishimori onto the outside on everybody, but that's very much been, I hate to use Jay White's whole thing of, that's been very much a catalyst of this whole feud to an extent between Omega and Osprey. Of Omega views that he's still the Michael Jordan of New Japan, of he's the one that really kind of was the flag bearer, especially when it comes to a Western expansion. 2 count for Ishimori, but now he, feels like he kind of left it in uncapable hands in Osprey. Where was I going with that? Oh, about Chris Jericho. And Omega still kind of cites that whole match of between him and Chris Jericho of that was, the giving back to New Japan, and it was, the swan song, and there is still a bit of personal beef between this whole situation. Obviously, of I like that it's double submission holds going on right now. Sorry. We have a stretch muffler pause from El Desperado and a triangle choke from Takahashi. So are we going to get, one of those of who's going to tap first? That would be incredibly interesting if we're going to get that. But right now, both men, Lotto powers up, power bombs Takahashi onto Desperado and Ishimori. But also there is some real life tension between Osprey and Omega from when Osprey hit the hidden blade on Ibushi, and obviously may have been a little too stiff, what have you. But Ibushi wasn't able to be out there for Kenny Omega's, kind of sending off ceremony, his last match from New Japan. And so the, kayfabe, whether it be kayfabe or the injury that Osprey caused to Ibushi, has been the kind of real world angle that they've used in all of this, outside of just literally they're arguing, and it's a very valid argument as to who's the best in the world. If that's the thing, is right now, the last 2 matches we're going to have here tonight, Jay White versus Okada and Osprey versus Omega, are 4 of the best professional wrestlers in the world today doing it. Not arguable, not debatable. Desperado with a tope on Ishimori on the outside. And now Lotto with a flying senton. But yes, we still have probably 4 out of 5, 4 out of the top 10 at least, of the best professional wrestlers. Takahashi with a diving leg drop. But let me know who you're taking for this match, folks. Let me know your predictions for the main events that we have coming up, because like I said, we still have the 2 biggest matches of tonight coming up. We've got Jay White versus Kazuchika Okada. for the IWGP Heavyweight Championship, and we've got Osprey versus Omega, the dream match, my personal dream match, the match I've been dying to see, the match I've been wanting to see ever since even Osprey showed up in AEW, and we were getting United Empire versus the Elite for the IWGP US title. Oh, we already touched on that one. Cody Rhodes deserves a lot of credit for the New Japan spotlight in America. He deserves some. I would still say most of it 100% relies on Kenny Omega. Takahashi with a senton into Wado in the corner. Big brute from Ishimori. But I think that most people who know of New Japan that are in the US know it, A, because of Bullet Club, and they B, know it because of when Omega was rising up through Bullet Club / took over Bullet Club, and you had Being the Elite and what have you. That's the thing, is everything that they thought was going to work really well in AEW worked in drawing New Japan to the Western audience. And now it's just become a bit of a stale old act. Oh, set up powerbomb from Takahashi as Ishimori with a 1916. Desperado breaks up the pin attempt. But I think 100% of AEW has Blue Thunderbomb has a lot to thank for its success initially from Ring of Honor and from New Japan. And I'm really hoping that we see New Japan Kenny Omega tonight instead of AEW Kenny Omega, because I get the views on Kenny now of, well, he hasn't wrestled a whole lot. Well, he hasn't been in a lot of main events. Well, he's always got K2 tape on. He's always coming out in basketball shorts and t-shirts and everything. We haven't seen Kenny Omega like we saw when he was facing Okada, when he was winning the G1, and that's what made a lot of people fall in love with Kenny Omega and thus the Elite, the Bucks, what have you. And I'm really hoping we see that Kenny Omega show up versus Will Ospreay, because if we do, that may not only be match of the year, that could be match of the fucking decade, that could be a greatest match of all time in that contention, because those two guys to me have the potential to absolutely tell a perfect story in the ring with what they've done on the mic. And by the way, from that press conference, Kenny, as an English speaker, because, from KJ's neck of the woods there, at least with Canada, but, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, as a 100% English speaker to cut a promo in fluent Japanese and then have it translated back to English, just so Will Ospreay can hear it and everything, so we can let Will know what he said, is 100% heel heat. Absolutely. And Don Callis calling Kenny Omega a wrestling god. It's just been really good storytelling throughout, as we have both men just throwing, or all four men throwing shots right now. I've got, Ishimori with a springboard gets caught by Wado. It'd be such a shocker if Wado's the one that ends up winning this match. I think everybody's picked in some other version, so anybody but Wado. He gave up the 3 count. Ishimori didn't kick out. He just gave up the pin attempt. Wado going up top. But so what are you guys thinking so far? What's been your match of the night, your moment of the night? How are you guys feeling so far about Wrestle Kingdom 17, New Japan's kind of WrestleMania of the year, of potentially, like I said earlier, one of, if not the best show, biggest show of 2023, and we're not even still a full weekend. And Takahashi, we had the 2 count on the the super power bomb there. I think the double main events both, I think, is going to be both 5-star matches or 7-star match. See, that's a problem though. That's a little bit like we were talking about earlier of that we already know pretty much you just put so-and-so in a match, and regardless of what happens, we could say, oh, it's a 5-star match. Then the ratings don't mean as much as I've got Desperado and Takahashi right now just throwing elbows back and forth. But then the ratings don't mean as much when it's more dependent on just who's in the match. And I get that shows their talent level, but even, at times you could get, the greatest talent that might lay an egg out there. So it very much has the potential to be a 5-star, 7-star if we're going over the Meltzer rating. It has the potential to be a 10-star. Desperado, Takahashi rolls out, but I don't want to call anything with either of those matches outside of who I think is going to win. Takahashi with a 2 count after an air raid crash, but I just can't wait to see those matches, but I don't want to already put upon them. They're going to be 5-star matches regardless. Takahashi looks like he was going for Ruska. Wato with a diving elbow. Like I said, is Wato going to be the surprise victor here? Oh, 1, 2. Oh, and Ishimori pulls out the ref. So the ref's down. We got a ref spot in New Japan. That's surprising to me, but so just what it looked like. Surprisingly, Wato was going to pick up the 3. Ishimori pulls out the ref, and now he's got a chair. Oh, Ishimori with a chair to the back of Wato, and now he's going to revive the ref. I do like this new age kind of Bullet Club if they're going back to just where the smarmy heels. We're not out here. We're not super on social media. We're not here trying to get YouTube views and all of that. They're just, nope, we're the heel faction. Oh, Wato Ishimori. 2 count. Oh, hallelujah. Takahashi breaks up the pin with a shotgun drop kick to the side of Wato. Who's your pick? Okada versus Switchblade. I believe, and I don't want to speak fully for the man, but I think KJ was taking Okada. I'm taking Jay White. I'm taking the Catalyst for Pro Wrestling. I think he retains, and I don't want to see the IWGP title go back to Okada again. Oh, big ass bridging suplex. 2 count. Wow. This has been, and I know at times people get nitpicky when it comes to the false finishes and everything when it comes to pro wrestling, but this match, this show, 100%, they build up enough to it to where it makes it seem 100% believable of literally that should end the match, and we just get that last little nudge. It's not, oh, I kicked out at 1.5 of no, 2 and 9 3/8.
Yeah, I'm good with it. I like the false finishes. And there we have a winner.
Right. Takahashi wins. And I'm going to pause for the cause real quick so I
There you
don't
go.
miss too much of any of the action.
There you go. All right, folks, you're stuck with me for a few moments. Nick taking a breath and going to take a little pause and get ready for these double main events that are coming your way. Yes, Takahashi with the win. Desperado not looking too happy, staggering out. What a hell of a match. And what I do like with New Japan, guys, is like they hit a bridging suplex or like a Northern Lights, and you're like, oh my God, this could be the end. Like at any point, these matches could potentially just end. And I mean, you don't know when it's going to happen. Who's your pick? Okada versus I'm going Okada. I'm going Okada. I know my buddy. I can't believe I'm going against Jay White. I'm a huge fan of Jay White. I'm just kind of reading the card. I think Okada wins, and I think Osprey wins the final two matches. So we'll get there. Cody Rhodes deserves a lot of credit for the New Japan Spotlight in America. I think Nick touched on this, but listen, a lot of people talk about the sacrifice and the risks that were taken to start AEW, but realistically, I mean, you had Tony Khan, a billionaire's son, in the position to spend money, and that's what it came down to. And if you look what really happened, I mean, Cody Rhodes was a big part of it. Yeah, to his credit, Chris Jericho going over to Japan and having a big match with Kenny was a part of it. But pardon me. But that being said, folks, I mean, I think establishing things like Access and Fight TV and New Japan World, we now have more access to it than we've ever had in the past, and I think that's been a huge benefit to New Japan and what its exposure. I think the double main events both. I think it's going to be 5-star. There we go. There we go. We'll find out. We're gonna find out very soon. Who's your pick, Okada? I got that one. The four-way match. It's been match of the night. It was outstanding. What a great match. Back and forth. Lots of false finishes. We had a chair spot. It looked like it was going to go one way, but yeah, we are ready, folks. And let me get the right graphic up. And oh no, hit the wrong button. But next, yeah, the best belt machine, the belt collector. We have Kenny Omega. We have Will Osprey. Your I guess your co-main event tonight in the Superdome. Wrestle Kingdom 17, folks. We are the Wrasslin for Life Network. I am KJ White. Big Nick is on a pause for the cause. He will be here alongside me, calling the action of two of the biggest matches of the year. I know the year's only a few days old, but I mean, we got a lot to get into. But I mean, these matches could set the tone for this entire year, and this entrance is epic. I know I bag on Kenny. I know I bag on the Elite. I know that Nick likes them more than I do. This entrance is fucking epic, though. Theatrical is an understatement. We got Kenny, taking a page out of the Judgment Day book, and I really, really want to see good Kenny Omega tonight. I really, really want to see Kenny show up, deliver, live up to his namesake. If I'm going to read about this being a 7-star match, it better fucking be close. But Kenny Omega, the sweeper, the cleaner, coming out, the belt collector, in a very different kind of entrance. Dark, flames, more of an attitude. Got some football gear on his jacket. Mercedes' return is the highlight. To know she's not dead to the wrestling world and coming back to a major spot solidified her status as world champ and cements her legit legend in wrestling. I don't know, Mark. Yeah, a big moment. It really was a big moment. I don't know. Like, just for me, I don't know if Sasha lives up to that billing. I don't know if Sasha wows me in that regard. I mean, it's really hard for me to kind of say that was so epic. We'll see. She gets in the match. Does she win the title? How long is she going to stay in New Japan? I just read on my pause for the cause that AEW, the locker room is rejoicing. Speaking of rejoicing,
oh, I was gonna say, them sons of bitches. You think I'm gonna sit there and pause and miss a second of this goddamn match? Well, as soon as as you were saying that this was the co-main event versus the main event, I was like, shit.
are you surprised? I mean, again, it's just
yes, I am.
but in New Japan, they're very much about history, much about the honor of things.
Title
And
has to
your
go on
biggest
last.
title goes last. Period.
Right.
Right. It has nothing to do with who's in the match. It's your biggest title.
But does this become a WrestleMania 18 moment type of thing of, say Triple H and Chris Jericho having to follow up Rock Hogan?
Yeah, I mean, it very much could be that. I mean, if they tear the house down, Nick, it very much could be a case of, um, what? I hope we can follow it. I mean, the good news is you're following it. You're not following it with Jericho Triple H, which to their credit, they are who they are, but you're following it up with Okada and Jay White in this building. And I know they know what's on the line, so I think it's got a lot of potential. These entrances are fucking epic, and I love them.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I got very much Roman Reigns vibes of now I see where Roman borrowed that whole, final boss vibe from.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny because I said Kenny had a bit of a Judgment Day vibe, the flames and the one wing, but he's the one-winged angel. All right, so we got one wing. I appreciate it.
But we have Return of the Assassin right now with Will Osprey coming out. So, folks, if you haven't given us your predictions for this match already, let us know who you're taking. I think it's safe in saying we're both going Osprey here.
Yeah, we're both going Osprey. For the reasons we talked about, more behind the scenes stuff as far as companies trying to hold on to their own belts. They don't want everybody running around with their titles, and I understand that. And I mean, would you want somebody like Will Osprey representing your company, who's dedicated, committed? He's your guy, opposed to someone else's guy.
Oh, well, and even then, honestly, if we're looking at this point right now, if we're talking best belt machine, like Kenny likes to brag about and everything, it's Osprey at this point. Sometimes, the torch has to be passed, whether it be from MJ to LeBron, what have you. That's what this moment I feel kind of is.
Yeah. Now, we got Will coming down, and this guy's a star. Like he doesn't wilt in big moments. He looks like a star. He comes out escorted by United Empire. That entrance is amazing. They look badass, imposing, and I mean, Bailey and Naomi went over for Sasha. Where is Kenny's Bailey and Naomi?
Oh, the elite.
Right, where are they? Come on. No backup for Kenny?
I think, that whole relationship between the Elite and New Japan kind of soured when they were starting AEW. So I think they may be part of it if they just maybe wanted to come over and they just said thanks, but no thanks.
All right. Well, and I mean, part of that, yeah, that could be the case for sure. And at the same time, yeah, we've seen it, dude. I mean, unfortunately, the reputation of the Bucks is becoming they're not fun to work with, or they don't necessarily handle things uber maturely. So,
right.
That all being said, the main event is set, folks, or your co-main event.
Co-main event. The co-main event that should be the main event.
The heat is awesome. The heat right now is awesome. If you guys haven't made a prediction yet, get your prediction in. Let us know who you're taking. Are you taking Osprey? Are you taking Kenny Omega? Who leaves the Tokyo Dome with the title?
Speaking of predictions, I'm going to say this is my early front runner very clearly. And if not, probably already going to be my favorite for match of the year.
January 4th.
I don't give a fuck. You're telling me whether it be January 4th, September 4th, August 4th, fucking what have you, July 4th, you give me Will Osprey versus Kenny Omega, especially in the Tokyo Dome, especially we're getting New Japan Kenny Omega, and that this isn't going to be a fucking barn burner, that this isn't going to be a classic. Something went wrong.
Yeah, and we're starting off with heat already. Both guys going back and forth, toe to toe. I like the start of this. A quick side note: Don Callis is on commentary, so you may want to mute him and listen to us. I love you, Don. Another dude from
you talk a little too much,
right? No kidding. But yeah, and I don't know how I feel about the whole invisible hand vibe. No.
Pause.
Come on, relax.
Right.
The cleaner for the win. AJ Styles too, as an OG in modern day Japan wrestling. Yeah, I mean, you got guys like AJ, Zack Sabre Jr. I will say the Elite. I will give them credit. I mean, the Bucks and Kenny definitely brought
Bullet Club as
notoriety.
a whole is how you
Yeah,
encompass all that. That's what I say. Anyone attached to Bullet Club outside of when they had
yeah.
Evil join,
Mm-hmm,
turn on Los Ingobernables and join Bullet Club. It
mm-hmm.
was Bullet Club was the NWO. It was
Oh,
the cool faction of
mhm.
you were a smart mark if you showed up at your local indie show with a Bullet Club shirt on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Osprey outside over Kenny.
Hurricanrana.
Oh, we got
Springboard Splash.
there you go. Omega into the guardrail, folks. And yes, if you haven't made your prediction, and don't forget, stay with us. The sun is coming up. But yeah, stay with us. We will take your rating out of 10. This could be one of the pay-per-views that we look back on at the end of the year.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said earlier,
Oh,
of this is just me and I just turned on the camera.
oh shit.
I'd be watching this regardless.
Oh, absolutely.
This is either going to be the loudest I've ever been on this channel or the quietest I've ever been on this channel watching this match.
Kenny shoots Osprey into the guardrail himself, and now rolling out. And again, good start to this match, and a serious, angry chip on the shoulder Kenny is a good thing.
Absolutely. Well, and it's so weird to say of you've got, AW Kenny and you've got New Japan Kenny.
Yeah.
And I feel like New Japan Kenny is an entirely different person than AW Kenny. It's a bit like how with coming up in the main event, we've got Okada versus Jay White. And when we talk about like Mr. Wrestle Kingdoms or whatever, Kenny's very much in that contention. I think Okada kind of takes that mantle, much like how Shawn Michaels was Mr. WrestleMania.
Yeah.
But,
Okada. I mean, there's a couple names that come to mind when you talk about Wrestle Kingdom. Tanahashi, one of them probably. Yeah, I mean, to your point, Kenny definitely in that realm. And a lot of people talk about, you know what, Kenny was a main event guy in New Japan. He had a big name. He was a, kind of rock star vibe. The Bucks didn't exactly have that same aura in New Japan.
Not at all. When a lot of the Bucks had Ring of Honor, they had PWG, etc. That I do what I want, my channel.
You must be new here.
Right. You ain't been here for a long time. But I mean, we do try and be as respectful as we can. We only do it when it's needed.
We are 18 plus by accident. It's just a natural order of things.
Not by accident at all. But big back kick. But the Bucks had Ring of Honor, PWG, etc. to rely on. They already had a U.S. audience. Anybody that's a fan of Kenny Omega knows him through New Japan.
Right.
That's what it is. And that's where this man shows out 100%.
Yeah. And now I joke about like Kenny Omega being in like the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame, but I mean, he went in the New Japan category. I mean, that's the caveat to it of like, all right, fair enough.
Right.
But, yeah.
So you weren't a big fan of him when he was in New Japan, as we've got a from Kenny.
What I saw of Kenny, and I mean, even Kenny taking off the turnbuckle.
I just got him whipping this out of Osprey into the turnbuckle.
Kenny can't figure out this apparatus here. This is kind of funny.
Raggy.
There we go. There we go, Kenny. And the ref doesn't. Having a nap. Oh, no, he's not happy. The ref shakes his head.
But it is interesting, too, even, I guess, so we're getting into ring styles and everything of how in New Japan it's one solid pad covering all the turnbuckles. But very much so far, Kenny's been in control for the greater portion of this match so far. And again,
it's decent. It's decent heel work. Like, I mean, he is the heel. Don Callis is his, pain in the ass manager. But heel work with Kenny. He's in control. He's slowing the pace down. He's taking the turnbuckle off. Good start to this match. Osprey fighting back though.
I can tell you this, and I'm calling this early. I think that we're Oh, Osprey blocks going into the unprotected turnbuckle. But I'm saying that when Kenny hits the one-winged angel and the kick out is going to be a big spot.
I still hate that fucking move.
I see. This is we're of two minds here because that's one of my favorite finishers in pro wrestling.
Right. Well, this is my favorite. A guy named Boner Time says, "I wish y'all would get a life." Yeah. All right, Boner Time. I mean, enough said.
Says the man
Good
coming to comment on my shit with your name like Boner Time.
morning.
Getting a live pot meat kettle, I guess. Then
Hi. Tito can beat whoever he wants. All right, go Tito.
okie dokie.
Thanks,
Are
D.
we
Welcome
talking
to the
about Tito
channel.
Ortiz?
Yeah, maybe. Right.
Maybe.
I like New Japan way better than I like New Japan Kenny way better than AEW Kenny. I would agree with that.
I think everybody does. That's why I initially became a fan of AEW is because we were getting Kenny Omega on weekly television. Versus you tune into, you catch a New Japan pay-per-view when you can.
Yeah.
But it's been lackluster since then.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, oh shit. Huge big boot by Osprey. Kenny down.
Right.
Woo! But yeah, I think as a fan who caught a lot of, bits and pieces in New Japan, and you always heard about Kenny. And I mean, I got friends, my brother, huge Kenny Omega fan. Oh, you got to see Kenny. You got to see Kenny. And then, so I was eager to see what he did at AEW. I thought, oh my god, this is gonna be and it just never lived up to it.
They call that a cutter, but that looked like a backpack stunner there from Osprey on Omega. But absolutely, that's the thing is, and this is going to be, we've talked about each match so far has gone about 8 to 10 minutes, which again, Tony Khan, take note of, this show's had 12 matches and it hasn't gone on for 17 plus hours.
No, really good pace.
Now's where you're going to get those matches that go a half hour, that go 45 minutes, because guess what? They fucking call for it and they pay out with it.
And that's
you
what
build up that anticipation, it pays off.
Yeah, and that's what you differentiate the big matches. Not every match is a 25-minute back and forth, barely win, multiple false finishes. Your prelims build up your main events, and that's how it should be. Like I said, we're pushing about 3 hours. We started at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so we're going on 3 hours, and the energy's been good, dude. I'm not tired. I'm not bored. It's a good pace to a pay-per-view.
I feel like I've been here live for all of this, and I feel like I've missed matches even because of how much this card has progressed and flown by. Of nothing's felt like a weak moment in the card.
Backflip off.
Big ass job.
Yeah. Then Osprey hits a backflip off Kenny's chest and turns it into a quick enziguri. And both men are down again as Osprey tries to regain control. Folks, let us know what you're thinking. Let us know what's on your wrestling mind. And if you're a dickhead and in the chat, keep it to yourself.
No, bring it on. Fuck it. Bring it on. You're gonna have that. That ain't what I'm mad at. But no, this is to me why, and to me, a lot of people found out supposedly of Osprey through like the New Japan and his matches with Kenny. To quote Kenny, I found out about Osprey through his matches with Ricochet, and that's, I guess, somebody I've always kind of compared him to, and it's amazing to see them both get pushes at different time, like at the same time in different companies in different ways and everything. But I think that's what differentiates Osprey from Ricochet is he's a guy that's the same size as all of these other top guys. He's not very much, you look at him and he's instantly got to be a cruiserweight. He's built in that stature, but can still sit there and do a fucking backflip off of Kenny Omega's chest. Kenny holds onto the rope as Osprey just takes his spine on the ring apron.
This match is fire, says Tamarin. Kenny looking under the ring for up. He got some wood.
Pause.
Morning. And when I first told you the time Wrestling Kingdom 17 was going to air, you guys were like, yeah, no kidding. We still are. Like, what the?
Listen, don't question my mental stability.
Yeah, nobody said we were reasonable.
Exactly. I haven't documented I'm insane. So.
No, I think we kind of knew that this would happen. We were going to do what we had to do to get it done. And I mean, I do believe that one of the things that separate us from other channels is we cover all of it, folks.
Facts. This is absolutely why you should be a friend. Tell a friend. Tell everybody that you know to like, share, and subscribe, because nobody does it like we do. Where we were literally, like I said, almost contemplating, the double stomp, the coup de grace
through the table,
the Japanese table, through the Japanese table, which those are the hardest to break in pro wrestling. On the Osprey's back.
No, that's bullshit. I call bullshit on that.
Why did you show the replay? Why did you show the replay? Because you show the replay and you show him missing it by a fucking country mile. You just see him stomping on the apron. You would have just left it as the live spot. No one would have noticed. You show the replay, and then of course you have to get Omega with the "Here's Johnny."
Osprey just starts throwing bombs and then turns it into suplex brainbuster-ish on the broken table.
Like we talked about earlier onto damn, why is that table's fucking like legs and everything like a quarter like an inch and a half thick? But that's the thing, is what we talked about earlier. This very much 100% could be more shoot than it is kayfabe.
Corkscrew off the top onto the floor. Osprey taking out Ken.
God damn.
Referee checking on Omega.
Corkscrew moonsault onto Omega from Osprey off the top rope onto the outside. We've got bits and pieces of a Japanese table, which again, like I said, is the hardest to break in pro wrestling.
I still disagree with
the ring apron is the hardest part of the wrestling ring. A Japanese table is the hardest table in pro wrestling.
No, I disagree. After 3 years of watching AEW officially has the hardest tables to break in all of wrestling.
That's just because they're hard and flimsy as shit to set up and everything. They fall apart and everything.
How many people have bounced off of a fucking AEW table?
Or it'd be like the Julia Hart to where, like, I think her heel imprints were the only thing left on that fucking table. Super hidden blade onto Kenny. 1, 2 count.
Those battling back and forth, folks.
Well, and that's the thing, is especially like I said earlier, with this match of the hidden blade move is kind of one of the most the sticking points. Oscar! Kenny catches him.
Yep. Follows it up.
V-trigger in the back.
Yep. Another two.
God damn.
All right. Getting a little excited in the first thing in the morning.
Ushigoroshi!
One of the best calls in all of wrestling.
2 count.
I heard a
again, that's the thing is too with this. This is not the instantly of 2 and he shoots his arm up. If it's 2 and he just rolls just ever so slightly to break the count.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just looking for a Snapdragon. Are you surprised that Hard to Kill the first pay-per-view? No, not at all. I mean, again, they have a loyal following. They're not selling out big venues or anything like that, so it doesn't shock me. Plus, we've always said Impact puts on amazing pay-per-views. Like we do really like what Impact's done over the last couple of years. At least I do.
Absolutely, and everybody's showing up to say goodbye to Mickie James because that woman's going to WWE just like her husband is.
Bully Ray's on the card. That helps draw. Cardona.
Josh Alexander, Steve Macklin. At this point, again, like we've talked about, if you can go through the names and you can make a handful of names that are a solid, division or a solid company just outside of WWE.
Uh-huh.
Osprey and Omega up
Oh,
top.
wow, 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 wow. Oh!
Oh. Are we going to get a super
Oh!
dragon suplex?
No! Got her! Dude, check this out!
Osprey's got goat on his buckle, on his knee pads. Oh!
He lands, he goes to take a snapdragon off the top, lands on his feet, hits the cutter, gets a 2, and the crowd is as live as they get.
Dos.
I actually hear some whistling.
I was gonna say, if you don't hear from me after this, it's because my wife's killing me because I fucking
You're getting
yelling out Os cutter at 3 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning and everything.
Right.
But absolutely no. This is why you tune in. This is why you show out for the show. Look, you show up for the show out. This is
Kenny Omega is Michael Jordan and Will Ospreay is LeBron. All right.
I'll take it.
You'll accept that? Okay.
As a LeBron fan, I'll take it. As a fan who thinks LeBron's better than MJ, I'll take it.
Yeah, my MJ guy over here is definitely. Oh shit! Osprey stomping the. Oh
T Nanoscape.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yes,
Victor. I know Victor's a big Impact fan. We might cover some more Impact.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just stomping on him right now. 3, just god damn.
Tonight? I don't know, Smile Mark. Or this morning? What do you think? I don't know. Not Adam Cole. We don't know what the fuck's going on with Adam Cole.
It would be very interesting. I wonder if the only thing you may get what if you have, say, if Osprey wins tonight, Jay White wins tonight.
Mm-hmm.
You have Osprey come out after, and we want to get title for title.
Wow, we're gonna go big, eh? All right.
Fuck it. Osprey was IWGP champion and then had to vacate it due to injury. He had the Finn Balor moment.
Absolutely. I think Kenny Omega is the Michael Jordan of professional wrestling. No, he's like the fucking.
What does that make Hulk Hogan? The Karima, the Dr. J?
Oh my fucking god!
Oh, are we setting up for a super Spanish fly right now?
Look at this move. Both men are down. That was ugly.
Wow. Oh, what the fuck? Omega just went for a DDT onto Osprey onto the top of the exposed turnbuckle, and instantly you have everybody at ringside making sure Osprey's okay.
That was insane.
The man goes splat.
Wait, who? United Empire arguing with somebody at ringside. Osprey is gushing. I like how they did that. All the men crowded around him.
Absolutely. So we can't see him do that or anything.
No, I like it. Better than watching guys on Wednesday nights just fucking do it in front of the camera.
Well, it's when you get busted open every week. It's really easy. You just got to get, a strong breeze goes by and that shit busts open.
Oh, that's not nice. Bobby Fish is a boxer, apparently. That somehow became a thing.
No, he's still back in professional wrestling, though. Now he's got that whole... And, you just look at the fucking puddle.
He is gushing, bro.
Wow. And that's...
You can count in Japanese.
Oh, my fuck.
Was that a request, or did you hear him do it?
This out here. Uno momento.
5-star already, Damien. It's definitely well on its way. You're a little easier to please than me, I think.
Pause.
Hey, that's it. Kenny's eye is really fucked up, by the way, and you just saw it there. Mid-pose. He was posing. He's like, oh, what the fuck?
Oh!
They're going all out, man. I'll give them credit.
Well,
I can get behind this Kenny Omega, except this part.
Oh, yeah, that's really not good.
Oh shit!
But Osprey with the
Oh,
baseball slide on to, or Omega with the baseball slide on Osprey.
dude, we've seen a tope insufficient funds. I just saw a tope. I got all the money.
And that's a Omega. Look at the fucking bruise or the blood or what have you that stained on Omega's inside of his arm. But no,
Yep.
all Taker's, top rope
Oh,
dive and everything had
oh,
nothing on Kenny Omega's, moonsault over the top or swanton over the top rope.
bro.
I told you this match is going to be match of
Oh,
the
this
year.
man, look, Kenny
This
Omega
is
right now. It's coming up for you. But Kenny
oh my god!
has Osprey on the outside.
And
He has
just
the table,
smashing his head through the table.
just smashing his head through the table. What does kind of prove that the table was the table. However, I still like the spot.
I am the table. But
Right?
100% though, this though shows that
Oh.
it's you can tell a story in the fucking ring.
I give again for everything I've shit on Kenny for the last 2 years. This is way better than
This is New Japan Kenny.
Look, he's throwing
Like
punches.
pile driver.
He's throwing stiff punches.
But this is why I like New Japan style, because it over delivers versus ever under delivers.
Let's go, Polo. How you doing, buddy?
Ryan, what up?
Morning, Kevin. Rise and shine, folks. Grab
Wake
your
and
coffee, wake and bake, take a piss and shake, and join us.
Pause.
Oh, wow. He drilled it. Yo, he got a legit black eye. It's swelling by the second. Starting to look like.
Who had the worst eye? Kevin Owens or Kenny Omega? Which KO had the worst eye?
Right, what KO had the worst eye? We'll see. Kenny's is blowing up quick. He took a pop, and the blood on Osprey is deep. And another Snapdragon, sir. We're going to Dragon City.
This is what I like of you're going to have Kenny work as the heel throughout this, and he's going to dominate and everything. Mm-hmm. And then you're going to have Osprey just make that super babyface comeback.
I'm surprised CJ isn't here for this. Victor beats CJ needs his beauty sleep. He's a young man. He needs his beauty sleep. So he's curled up to a pillow.
All right.
I just woke up. Nick, you was right. Definitely needed the rest. Now wake, and there you go.
Exactly. This is again brunch with the boys as we get a bang and good night from Kenny as Osprey's just grabbing onto his leg and getting
holy shit. Another two. Oh, foot on the rope. Pause. Yeah. This is literally carnage. Polo, I'm telling you that, listen, if anybody was going to tell you that this match wasn't great, it would be me. And right now, I'm loving every fucking minute of it. These guys are leaving it all out. This is the best.
Osprey gets his one on the rope.
This is the best Kenny Omega match I've seen in 3-4 years.
Well, I mean, how long has AEW existed?
Oh! Whew. It's been 19 straight hours. I bet this rivalry. This is you do have.
Oh my god!
Wow, the V trigger from.
If you heard that V trigger, holy shit! If you've ever heard someone fucking hit a home run, or if somebody gets a good drive on a fucking golf on a golf tee, that's 100% what that sounded like. That was. Yeah. I'm amazed Osprey's head's not in the fucking nosebleed section.
Absolutely. No, and that's a good point, Amy. And I do think because this match is so early in 2023, and again, if it delivers the way it is, we're looking at potentially, this rivalry continuing. And it's you can build this rivalry on social media, through the press, and then it leads to something like a Forbidden Door 2 or whatever else.
No, this is this is culmination here of this is
Oh,
built to it. This has been going since 2018, 2019. You sat there and saw to where you had United Empire and Osprey backdrops and backslides into the ropes to knock Kenny off the top rope. I love that.
right, right.
But you had those taunts and those teases of when Osprey
Oh,
showed up in AEW. Of now you even had at the press conference of you want to talk about my mental state, bro.
yeah.
Of this is one as much as this
So good.
maybe kayfabe, what have you. This is personal. This, like I said, this is Ali Frazier.
Oh
This is
shit!
Clash of the Titans. This is Brett Shawn. I told you,
Yo, so
Osprey going up to the top.
Osprey has to slap himself to get himself composed. Gets up to the top to set up,
Oh,
and Kenny says, "Eat this," and we're getting another V trigger, dude.
oh
Oh,
my God! Right now, just drop down. Right now, Osprey
even
just face into the exposed turnbuckle right now. And I swear, if we
good.
get a
It
V
gets
trigger
worse.
right now into this, how is this not
Uh-huh.
over?
Listen, even the announcer just said,
Oh my God!
the announcer just says, and I quote, "Oh Jesus!"
Exactly.
Oh
Shimona
shit!
Haya, Shimona Honda. En nombre de Padre, Filio, Espíritu Santo. Like,
Oh
how
shit!
is Osprey still fucking going?
Yo, we just got a super suplex from the electric chair position, followed up with a 2 count and a V trigger.
Oh, oh.
Wow. Wow, folks. I agree, Hagen. And it only gets worse.
1, 2 count. Oh, two
No,
count,
this is
2 count. I'm amazed. Osprey still has a jaw attached at this point.
no, this is a hell of a match. This is a
I
hell of
told
a match.
you, match. It might be January 4th, folks,
We're gonna have
or
to wait
whatever
this
date
one
you're
down.
watching this. But this is match of 2023. This is a where the fuck were you moment with this
Right.
whole card, and especially with this match.
No, I completely agree. And Jordan, good morning. I hope your breakfast is well. We're having a little bit of New Japan for breakfast, and
Well,
you know, soon after a couple big main events, we'll get some breakfast in us. But that being said, folks, we've been here since 3 a.m. We are rolling through. We are on the first of two main events tonight, and this match is burning it down. Sorry, Seth.
Omega with another V trigger. And oh my God, and a fourth, fifth at this point, as Osprey's just there, just slump of just literally he has
The
nothing to
crowd
do
is
but
amped,
just.
dude. This is outstanding.
Oh, Osprey caught him.
Dear Kenny Omega, anytime you are being booked in AEW, if you would like to show up in this form,
Do this.
do this. Fucking do this. Get away from trios.
Right, but you have to have the talent around you to do this. And this is
But he
why, though,
does.
I say
He does.
Will Osprey is one of the greatest in this generation, bar none. Not
Holy
debatable anymore.
fucking shit.
Oh. Short kicks and slaps, chops to the chest. Oh, V trigger again.
You're hitting too many V triggers.
And he rolls right out of the suplex.
Look at this. Straight into the 2 count.
1, 2 count.
Woo!
This is awesome.
There you go. Hagen saying this is the
awesome.
wrestling match of his life. Listen, this is the most noise this Japanese crowd has made.
This is what that's the thing is when you have a guy like Will Osprey and you put him with a guy like Kenny Omega, this is what you get. Nothing but goodness.
Got her! Super cutter!
Hidden blade! Oh! And back with a back elbow.
Sorry, not sorry, Seth. Yeah, right? Sorry, bud.
Ox cutter!
Yeah, listen, Omega Moxley didn't wow me the way this did. They're not running around the arena.
See,
Yeah.
I did try and get to where I could count the 1, 2, 3 in Japan. In Japanese.
Oh! Oh shit! No way! No way! Styles Clash!
Oh, going for the
Styles Clash
Stormbreaker,
fight!
misses. Going for the
Dude!
one-winged angel. Roll up. One.
Oh, you're there.
Oh, yeah.
This is awesome. This is better
Osprey
than
with a
Seth and
Styles
Cody.
Clash.
Seth and Cody was more story than match. But it was a
It
good
was more
match.
purple
This is
nipples
a
than
better
match.
match. This would, Jesus Christ. Excuse my language, Lord.
Shamana
Oh, wait, there he is. Wow. Deuce.
And there's not a referee that would stop me from smashing your head in. Hidden, oh my God. Hidden blade just right to the front. And all right,
Yeah.
almost had a wardrobe
Elbow
malfunction over
pad
Kenny.
off, hidden blade, and another 2 count, folks.
That eye is almost shut on Kenny.
Oh. Double hooks. No. Another
I
V-trigger.
need a behind the scenes when it comes to Wrestle Kingdom 17. I need that on a DVD or some sort of fucking exclusive because God fucking damn, this show has been incredible.
Dear Jay White and Okada.
Oh, going for the Stormbreaker.
I hope y'all have something up your sleeves.
Right. Like I said, WrestleMania 18, here we come.
Dude, listen, we got another V-trigger. We got another hidden blade. Both men down. The ref counting.
Would you say it's better than Gunther versus Sheamus, Victor asks?
Yeah, I think it's almost apple and oranges a little bit. Overall, I'm more into this match. I've been pulled in. I mean, and again, I was reluctant to be pulled in. So this is outstanding.
1,000,000% this is better.
Yeah.
You can literally see the fucking black eyes on these guys. You can see the blood stain on their foreheads. And
match of the decade. Look at Hagen, happy as shit.
Tell me where there's a lie there. Point the fib out.
Well, I mean, it's a big shout for
at least so far. And I get it. I guess I got
of the 20s.
But so far, match of the year.
Yes, this is definitely match of the year so far. it takes a big lead. Oh, another 2 count.
Just throwing elbows back and forth. God. And even the commentators are like, this is just out back of the pub on a Saturday night.
There you go.
Great jacket, bridge suplex for a 2 count.
Oh, wow. No fucking way.
Awesome. Being ahead of me. Oh, and
I got ding. The ending.
Oh, V-trigger. And Osprey just spits at him and said, fuck you. One-winged angel. Uno. Dos.
And new.
What?
And new. IWGP US champion. Dude.
Mm-hmm.
That was a great match.
Good. Oh, it's a fantastic match. But the only way that they come to this decision is we're gonna get a sequel.
Yeah.
And I'm here for it. Trust me, I know I got the New Japan World subscription to watch this show, but I might be holding on to it to waiting for this goddamn rematch.
What a fucking match. And Kenny Omega, which I argue one of the best wins of his career.
This fully solidifies Omega being the valid heel that he has been. All
Be
of
this
this,
guy.
of this.
Be this guy.
But Osprey needed this.
Well, again, I just don't think we're done yet with this, right? So
I hope to fuck not,
there you go.
because that's the only way you can
The minute
redeem
he
him.
loses, I'm down. Let's do it.
Wait, who? What? No.
Osprey to the dub.
Oh my god! If he does that, just shut up and take my money and just have him versus Roman at Mania. Fuck it.
Right?
Him versus
Well, I mean,
Roman versus Cody versus Seth. Just fucking all the dream matches.
After give me Osprey Seth for 7. I don't give a shit.
Right.
5-star. So, Tamron, the question is, do we get the bonus stars for being in the Tokyo Dome?
9,999,999 match stars.
There you go.
5 stars. 5 stars.
5
I want to see it.
You got to.
You need. This needs to have a sequel. This needs to become a sequel or a trilogy of. Does this become the next kind of how we had Okada and Omega?
Mm-hmm.
Do we get Osprey and Omega? That's the next trilogy of just classic match after classic match after classic match. If we have one great match, and then we get a call back to that match in the second match, and then we call back through all 3 matches in the final match, much like we had Gargano and Ciampa in NXT.
Yeah, it could be building for this. We'll be here at 3 a.m. on January 4th, 2024.
Oh yeah, no. I hope it don't take that long, honestly.
Right. As we watch the sun begin to come up, folks. I hope everyone out there is doing wonderful. I hope everyone else is doing well. All of you. I hope everyone is doing crazy. We're into the main event tonight, and we've been here since 3 a.m. We're rolling through. We're going to hit about the 4-hour mark on this bad boy. So, yes, folks, if you are tuning in right now, like, subscribe, join the channel. We do this for all the wrestling. We will be back tonight for AEW Dynamite, your alternative commentary for everything that happens on a Wednesday. We'll be back Thursday for the podcast, Friday for the doubleheader, SmackDown Rampage. The weekend always has some fun stuff. Never, ever miss a Saturday stream. I'm telling you, it's a good time. And folks, if you know anybody that's into wrestling, send them this way. You are doing them a disservice by not letting them know that their alternative commentary to all the wrestling is here live almost every night of the week.
Absolutely. And I can't say that any better. So now I'm going to pause.
Oh, all right. Nick's got a pause. We are heading towards the main event. Switchblade for the win. I'm shocked. Anybody else shocked? Switchblade for the win. Switchblade. I mean, shit. I'm going Okada, but I didn't expect Kenny to win. Kind of changes my mind. Now I'm kind of leading for Jay White to take it. Whew. Walk with Switchblade. Okay, that's that what that was? Okay. Walk with Switchblade. No. All right. Switchblade. So, folks, are you shocked? Give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. Just shocked on the fact that Kenny is your new IWGP US champion. He beats Will Ospreay in a great match. The guys held nothing back. There was blood, there was battles, there was big moves, there was it was very much the case. KJ, are you related to Switchblade? Yes, cousin Jay. But no, not likely. But there are a few in the fam. And now we're getting okay. We're getting a package tying Inoki to Okada, which we all could understand what Jonah. Yeah, so we can all understand what that could mean. Obviously what Inoki meant to Okada. So it's a nice package, kind of getting us into your main event tonight. And you know what? I'm sticking it out. Okada's going to win. I have a feeling. I don't know why. Maybe the Okada thing. No, the Inoki thing, but maybe that tie-in. I'm going to go Okada. Not shocked. You called it. Switchblade Jay White, my favorite New Japan wrestler. Damien, that's why it's so hard for me to bet against him. I'm such a big fan. I think Jay White's a star. I really do. Now we're talking about how Jay White is 1-4, and the fact that they keep playing up that Jay White is 1-4 against Okada. I mean, to me, I just got this feeling Okada's going to win. Whoo! Nick, I'm going Jay, but that sign me up any day of the week. I like that one. Chat, let Nick know. What do you think? Who are you taking? Jay White, Osprey. Who are you taking? I want Jay White in WWE versus Reigns. Listen, Jay White as the leader of anything, including the Bullet Club, has been outstanding. So I'm all for it, dude. I really am. I'm looking forward to this match, and I'm a big fan of Jay White. His presence, his attitude, his look, everything you want out of a pro wrestler comes with Jay White, and you know, I mean, and then I kind of forgive him for using the Sister Abigail as a finisher. Or Brock. No, Jay White versus Brock. Why? No. Osprey over Jay White. Switchblade Jay White versus Roman Reigns. Take my money. Absolutely, Damon. Jay White is a contender in any company he's in, period. We need Jay White versus Omega. There you go. There you go. There's so many dream matches I want. Yeah, I mean, that's the fun thing about wrestling in 2023 is that, I mean, there is a lot of talk about who goes where, who can fight who, in a way that is almost unprecedented in wrestling. Where, I mean, it kind of takes you back to those territory days of like, oh, I wish so and so would come into this territory and we could see what how he would fare against our champion or this guy or that guy. It's a real nice feel to it. And, I'm getting the entrance for the Rainmaker as we speak, folks. If you have not made a prediction yet for this match, get it in. Jay White against Okada. I'm so in, and they got a lot to live up to. The co-main event delivered on every aspect. It was a hell of a match. Osprey over Jay. Ooh, they're both so good. That's a tough one. Slight edge to Will. Maybe on. I don't know. We'll see. Three-way forbidden paper. Yeah. Well, keep in mind, AAA, from all, rumor is, AAA is not going to have a whole lot of ties with AEW, or it might change. I mean, we've seen reports that relationship is no longer a thing. Who would win? Who would win? Will Osprey versus Jay White? Yeah, I think that's the same thing Nick threw out there, Damien. Listen, that's a tough one to call. You could literally give us a 7-match series, Osprey and Jay, and I don't think they'd disappoint. Screw it all, I'm calling it now. Will Osprey will be in the Rumble. Woo! Let's go! That would blow some doors off. It makes you wonder, though, because if he was sticking around New Japan, it's hard to believe. Like you said, Victor, the other option is that Omega and Osprey are setting up like a long-standing rivalry, but only time will tell. There is a possibility that maybe it's not the case, and that we're definitely going to get some type of departure. I don't know. It seems so unlikely, though. Jay White versus Cody. Yeah. And then again, guys, when we talk about the Rumble, we talk about booking. Imagine you got like a Jay White, a Nick Aldis, Cody Rhodes, Seth Rollins. It's starting to sound scary again in a good way. The Rainmaker when it's literally raining for me. There you go. We'll blame it on Okada. Here comes Jay White. Maybe that'll be a show we do in the multiverse matches. There you go, Nick. There you go. Well, Victor, imagine. There you go. Okada is like WWE's Ric Flair, but better. I'm trying to figure out what you mean, Hagen. Like he is to New Japan what Flair is to WWE. Sorry, folks. You didn't need to witness that. And I am back. Holy shit. Did I mention that we're live all the damn time? My head decided to explode. So, yeah, good to go. Jay White making his way down to the ring. And again, I love the grandeur. Jay White's attitude. He doesn't miss a beat. He's another one of those guys. He's a pro from the minute he walks out through the curtain. Like the guy is on point and does not stop. I personally think Claudio the current best ring performer. I'd love to see him in New Japan versus Jay White or Osprey. Interesting, smile mark. I don't know if I hold Claudio in the same regard, but I mean, nothing. Don't take anything away from our buddy Cesaro. He's definitely a great in-ring worker. He would give you a stellar match against Jay White, against a list of guys. Really, I think that's partly why people were frustrated with like Jericho having the Ring of Honor belt and holding on to it. We were happy Cesaro got it back. So yeah, I'm all for Claudio in any big match. Most talented, maybe. He's a vet, that's for sure. Seth Rollins might be missed the Rumble and Mania. Oh, oh. I didn't think so. I know people are talking about this knee injury, but it looked like they worked that knee pretty hard. I mean, again, we'll wait and see. Ghetto, ghetto. Like he's the goat in New Japan. Like you can't mention New Japan without Okada. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think, yeah, modern New Japan. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Where's Kenta? Anybody know where Kenta is? Nick, where's Kenta? Yeah, right. I'm walking with Jay White. There we go. Claudio hasn't had an opponent to go fully open throttle. Smile mark, you're not incorrect. And we've seen some decent matches with Claudio, but yeah, I would love to see him go all out, just like cut loose. And for so long, he was just that robotic WWE style, right? All right, now hit your uppercuts. All right, now hit your fucking swing. All right. All right, we're getting a little too sweet in the house.
Absolutely. And Kenta was in the Battle Royal on the pre-show, by the way.
What's that?
Kenta was in the Battle Royal on the pre-show.
Thank you. I knew you'd know.
Exactly.
Hey,
I was the only psychopath up here, tuning in I'm checking out on the pre-show and everything at 1:30 in the fucking morning.
Man, I went for a fucking nap, and then I woke up and I was like just reading through shit, and I was like, "Hey, these assholes started like at 1:20 in the morning. What are you doing?"
Yeah, well, that's the thing this is prime time when it comes to Japan and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, so Great Okan, Shingo Takagi, Sho, and Toriano advanced to the final four for the King of Pro Wrestling 2023 championship, which now instead of a trophy, they've introduced a championship.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Do you remember that time that Kenta showed up on AEW and then never came back?
Yeah. Almost around the same time he hit the go to sleep, around when CM Punk was there, just saying.
Right. Jay White playing the crowd. Dude, I think, like, listen, you made the comparison or you brought up the comparison between him and Osprey. I think overall pro wrestler, Jay White is one of the best on the planet right now. Even just this stuff, like taking the minute to milk a crowd. I just, he's so talented in every aspect of wrestling.
I think they're 1A and 1B
Neck and
in
neck.
this
Yeah, it's
comparison
so
of
hard.
it's how much of, like, I think I've seen Seth Rollins win some
Mm-hmm.
wrestler of the year or all of that,
Mm-hmm.
lists when it comes to 2022. If you
Yep.
could very much say the same thing with Romanov. I think that
Yeah.
they're one and the same. I feel
Mm-hmm.
they're interchangeable
Yeah.
as the top
Mm-hmm.
guy.
And again, if you kind of like the high fly and the guy that can kind of take it to the limit that way, you're gonna lean towards Will Ospreay. If you like a little more technical, old school, ground and pound, not that Jay can't do it,
A
but
little more show, I feel. I think Jay
yeah,
White very much got the show of he's very much more comfortable on the mic than Osprey is.
yeah. No, and again, it's that ring presence, right? I think that's just what to me what separates Jay White is he the look, the attitude, and everything he does in that ring is just on point.
Right. But so who do you have in this match, by the way?
Okada. Shit.
Oh,
After all of that, I'm going Okada. Just
yeah,
I
no,
got a hunch
it's
the
got to be
noodle.
Switchblade. Jay White takes this home.
Man, I can't believe I'm going against McKinn, but I just have this thing that even in the build up of the match where they were really talking about Okada and his relationship with Inoki, if that somehow plays a factor in the outcome of this match.
It will if you get the sentimental to where he just, says Okada in that sweet good night.
Right. I want to see Jay White versus Finn Balor. Down.
Nah,
Game.
shut up and take my money.
But imagine you turned into a WWE card, and it is Finn Balor versus Jay White, but it's the middle of the card because of all the other shit going on. That's
Yes and no. I was gonna more of say of imagine because of the influx of talent into WWE and everything. Of imagine you get a Finn Balor versus Jay White in New Japan, or you get a Finn Balor versus Will Osprey.
that'd be cool. Yeah, yeah.
That'd be cool.
That'd be cool.
That'd be
Let's
all
do it.
right. That would
Let's do
suffice.
it. Blackpool Combat Club would wreak havoc in New Japan.
No, we already
Wreak
saw
havoc.
Moxley's run in New Japan, and we saw how that went. So
Uh-huh. I don't know about the BCC anymore. I never really knew about
we
them,
don't
to be
know if they're
honest.
still a thing,
They're kind of a thing. I don't know what the fuck.
right? I would love to see Danielson in New Japan. I'll
Yeah.
give you that.
Yeah, give me a Danielson Jay White rivalry. I'm down.
Danielson Osprey. Granted, I still think Osprey and Omega is setting up. That's going to be a trilogy. I
Yeah,
feel
it
at
feels
this
that
point.
way. But I again listen for all the times people have tuned in to these streams and heard me bitch and complain about the elite, complain about Kenny, complain about the Bucks. I cannot take anything away from Kenny Omega tonight. The man showed up. He was serious. He went to work. It was believable. There was big spots. It was a fucking excellent match, and I give him all the credit in the world for pulling that off. And again, give us more of that, Kenny. Stop being the guy that goofs around with the little kids. Be a legit contender. Be a serious man about this business.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, we're gonna finally get New Japan Kenny for the first time in like 3+ years, and it 100% delivered.
All right. Jay White giving the crowd a hard time as he jumps into a scoop slam.
And that's the thing is this is going to tell the story in the ring of
Yeah.
Christ. Omega versus Osprey. I'm just looking at it now, right? Just under 35 minutes. And it felt like it fucking flew by.
Yeah.
You could have given me another 10, 15 minutes in that match and I would have been fine.
Yeah, absolutely. It did feel it's funny because when it ended, you're like, oh shit, it's over. But
Right.
yeah, it was a hell of a match. They're undeniable. Um, Yeah, Nick. I mean, definitely match of the night so far. Match of the year so far. You hard to argue with it. And again,
Hard to argue a weekend.
a weekend, 4 days in, we're like,
Exactly. Hard to argue when there's been two other matches.
well, you got to set the bar. We'll have to, write this one down and remember it when it comes.
We don't just, but see,
this
that's
year.
the thing around the Wrestling for Life network here. We don't just set the bar. We are the bar.
We are the ball.
All right. So which one's Sandy?
Remember, Cesaro had a lisp for like a year. Sorry. Side notes.
Remember when Cody had a lisp? Remember when Jack Swagger had a lisp?
No shit. What did he say? Damien, imagine Dragon Lee versus Ray in Mexico for the retirement match. Well, all right. Ray versus Dragon Lee. Okay. I think this has happened. Ray and Ray has happened somewhere, somehow. I feel like
if it has, it's WCPW. I think that's the only place that I really want to think that's happened.
Maybe.
Match
of the decade. There you go. So Hagen's already billed the Omega Osprey match as match of the decade so far.
Nah, I wouldn't even go with that because still in that same decade, you have Omega versus Okada 3. You have that whole trilogy. You have the Briscoes trilogy.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got some tunes in there.
I think we've got plenty of room to build between Omega and Osprey.
Yep. Oh, suplex into the turnbuckle, and Jay White just systematically taking apart Okada right now.
Draping suplex onto the top rope.
So you're a couple seconds behind me.
Mm-hmm.
I still want to sync up, but New Japan World won't let me do it.
Yeah, no, you're good. I just got a snap suplex into the turnbuckle. Two count.
But see, like,
it is what it is, my guy.
You got the crowd too sweet.
But that's the thing is, it's the Bullet Club has become the NWO of New Japan. They've gotten themselves over of no matter what, you know of the Bullet Club.
Yeah.
You know that name of you do this, and now half the time you think Bullet Club before you think NWO.
Right.
You don't think the Click, especially.
No, not at all. Oh, big chop by Jay. And folks, if you are just tuning in, make sure you get a prediction in. And do not forget, at the end of all this action, we are going to take your rating out of 10 on tonight's New Japan Wrestle Kingdom 17.
And if it isn't a 10, what the fuck are you doing?
And then we're going for breakfast.
Facts. Trust me.
The sun is rising.
I see a bad moon around.
Yeah, I know we're just entertaining each other at this point.
At this point, Christ, delirium has set in.
Right. Folks, let us know in the chat. Don't be shy. Don't be quiet. Get your predictions in. Let us know what's on your wrestling mind. The chat going. What is more devastating? The Rainmaker
or Blade Runner from Okada's won multiple championships off of Rainmaker.
So has Jay White with a
if we're gonna go IWGP title reigns versus IWGP title reigns, I think one's gonna win out.
Give it time. Give it time.
I think Jay White has, like, if you're looking at it, and especially if you've never watched New Japan before, he has the looking more devastating finisher. I think the Rainmaker is more solidified of. That's a move people don't kick out of. That's a finishing move at this point. It goes back to that when he hits that, game over, man.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel the same way about Jay's finisher.
Fair enough.
I think.
Christ, we'll get into a fatal four-way of which is more devastating: the Rainmaker, the Blade Runner, the Stormbreaker, or the One-Winged Angel.
I knew you were going to say it. I was like, don't you say it.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I hate the One-Winged Angel. It's just so ridiculous.
It's a fucking... It's an electric chair fucking driver.
I don't like. I mean, to me, again, it's fine, but you just, I don't know. I always
Oh,
bang on it. I don't like the whole getting.
super or drop kick onto the outside onto Jay White as
Mhm.
Okada got all the way up there. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't like the whole propped up on the shoulder, electric chair bullshit. That's it.
You can do it in the corner, but if you do it in the center of the ring, fuck off. I don't want to hear
Well,
that.
it's just again, I just think it's asinine. There's no
After 8,
way.
after 9, after 10.
But folks, we are rolling through the main event right now. Okada, double DDT on the.
Oh, we're going back to the
Yeah,
ring ramp.
we're back on the ramp, and Gato just.
Gato getting involved.
Yeah, not a good choice. Not a good choice.
Now, is it interesting that you have Gato took all of that DDT. Jay White said nope. But is it interesting that you have Gato out there who, for better or for worse, I guess the best comparison I can make is he's the Vince Russo of New Japan, of just at least in the sense of he's in charge of the booking.
Yeah, I mean
And
a
have
little
him
bit.
align with the top heel faction. And again, it's a bit like when you had the New Blood and everything. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not saying he books the same way at all, but
no.
I'm more of just it's one of those of at times I feel the booker's best left being a secret or being
Yeah,
behind closed doors
I don't
versus
disagree,
being an
but I mean,
on-screen talent.
to your point, they are kind of that NWO vibe. They are the disruptors. It is another added layer to the whole situation of if you're in the know, you understand. Like, wait a minute, and then you see them winning a lot, so it ties in
Right.
very well.
Okada going up top.
Uh,
Even that drop kick right there, like that looked like basically if you took a coup de grace and made it a drop kick.
True.
Damien already giving this 4 stars. Like, man, the match ain't even halfway over with yet.
Right. Give it a chance.
Simmer
Give it a
down
chance.
now. Simmer down.
See, I like this match a lot. I like the build. I know that like this is heading somewhere. It's a different vibe, and I to me, it's just it's you see the two different styles in New Japan, or a couple different styles in New Japan, back to back.
Ultimately, the question of the night is going to be which was as German suplex from Jay White, but which
Mhm.
is going to be the better match. Um, as Jay White's doing the rock and the baby.
Yeah,
Um,
right.
but which is the better match, Jay White versus Okada or Osprey versus Omega?
Yeah, and I mean, let's be real. I mean, Osprey and Omega just kind of laid it down. I mean, it was really like,
Oh,
now
they
follow
laid
that,
out the gauntlet
motherfucker,
of do better, my guy.
All right. So, red shoes right there too. According to
What
Kevin
about red
Kelly.
shoes? Oh, the
I'm
rest.
playing around with the bloodline, KJ and Nick. He got mad. He did. He did, Jordan.
Oh, 1, 2, 2 count.
4 stars. Oh, we lost a star. Hagen's 3-star.
Yeah, well, the difference in opinions there. Even Damien's
Yeah.
already at 4, Hagen's at least going at 3.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'll give you that.
Yeah, I want to see when this match picks up its pace, which it's going to. We know it's going to. They're telling a story here. It's going to be a grind. It's a battle.
We're gonna get false finishes. We're gonna get probably a rainmaker or 2 before we get a finish.
Jay's such a perfect heel, man. And again, I think if you're in a crowd, like you picture a guy like Jay White in a big US crowd where he plays into the audience so much, you have an audience that plays back. Whoo.
But that's the thing is, how much does a U.S. audience know of Jay White?
Oh, that's irrelevant. You make him known. If he comes over
I
to
understand that,
the
but I'm
card,
saying if you have him debut
that's
or
beside the
return at the
point.
Rumble or whatever, and you get 5, 4,
Yeah, I
3,
don't think the
2,
place.
and then you get Jay White,
Yeah, you're not going to get
is
the
it
place. Yeah,
or is it huh?
yeah, no, that's two different topics. Yes, I don't think he moves the needle as far as a surprise entrance. I mean, as a guy who's a performer, so he does make his debut in Rumble. He's establishing himself. He is such a good heel playing off the crowd. It would be amazing to see it with that live audience that can play back with him.
Well, absolutely, and it's not saying that there isn't a live audience there, but it's just the difference in the Japanese audience versus the US audience of like if he's sitting there and he's clapping at the audience and everything, they're very much gonna boo
That's the hope, right?
back at him.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see. I want to watch him milk some true heat where, the Japanese crowd isn't, jumping out of their seats. We know the vibe.
Could you imagine, and I guess this is placating into your pick here, of Okada wins and Jay White signs, not just debuts at the Rumble, signs with WWE.
Right. And I could see it being a possibility. We've seen him rumored time and time again, and people are like, no way. But if you are scouting talent out there, you will really have an opportunity. When you look around wrestling, there's like a handful of names that instantly come up all the time. Jay White, Hammerstone, Aldis.
Fatu.
Yeah, Fatu, Jacob.
Oh,
we got to get Jacob in there. Victor, good morning, and thank you, sir. Always a true support of the channel. We greatly appreciate the love.
Absolutely. Be a Victor. 100%. We do have the super chat option as well in case we missed any of your chats or if you just want to support the channel or anything. But he said, judging just off your actions, I'm giving the show an 8.5 until I see it on Access TV. My guy, New Japan World is a thing.
He'll tell us a week from now. By the way, guys, it was a 9.
He'll show up on like a random SmackDown. Right? By the way, Wrestle Kingdom was like a 7.5. I was like, what the fuck?
Right. So right now, Okada battling back on Jay. Up. Ow! Tombstone.
New Japan is wrestling mecca. WWE is a different product, competition versus entertainment.
But I think that's what we're trying to get away from, right? Like that's the hope of us fans is that it's not just entertainment.
I disagreed and agreed with your statement all at the same time. I think depends on Rainmaker. It depends on what you're looking for or what your, I guess, preference is when it comes to your pro wrestling style, as far as what you consider the mecca, I guess. Because I'm sure there's plenty of people that would say WWE's that. I'm sure there's even a few lunatics out there that would say AEW's that. But I feel that it's very much this is pro wrestling without all the pomp and circumstance. Well, to an extent, if you don't get the 10 video packages and 5 promo segments and all of that you get with WWE, you get that with New Japan if you get it in the ring.
Yeah, and I like it. I do like the let's just get to the fucking point, right? Like I think there's too much, grandiose. Oh, Gato back up on the apron.
Hey, and we're live. So we're gonna call it live. So there's this thing called
I've been doing my best to hold off
rewind and all of that. Can't really control time. Trust me, even we're not fully synced up. So apologies, my guy.
Yeah, we're
trying with an elbow from Okada.
Flipping senton taking everybody out, by the way. Woo. Again, we get like ring, like we get like security helping with the big
Young Lions. Well, you even saw Jay White of I'm grabbing Gato. Like, no, you come here, you come close, you help buffer this shit.
Right?
You gotta be here.
Craziness. Just checking around, seeing what people are talking about. But look, like Sean Rossap, funny is this is what I've been saying, is FTR lost Ring of Honor, AAA, and IWGP tag titles within a month. Also lost an AEW title match.
Right. So how long do we hear say yeah? You pair that with adrenaline in my soul. We've talked about it. That's WWE's new 4 horsemen.
4 horsemen
right there.
Shit. I don't know. I see FTR being heels.
And so Cody can't. So
I guess
Cody
doesn't
can't be
want
a
to be.
heel,
He's the squeakiest babyface ever.
right? So fuck it. You sit there and you have happy-go-lucky elbow drop from Okada, but you have babyface Cody, and you pair him around a bunch of heels, and you start to drag him down. You slowly get that turn of it's the babyface of he finally won the championship, and then now he won the championship, and now he's you people,
Right. Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know. That'd be huge. You think he could spin that fast?
The man wanted to be a heel, and
Oh, he doesn't.
or no, he wanted to be a
Oh,
babyface in AEW. They just kept booing the shit out of him.
He refused. He came out and did a promo. I will not turn.
I will not turn. Tony Khan, I am.
Right? Yeah, I will not be a heel over
I
here,
will
over
not
there.
eat your heels. Sam, I am. Oh, god damn.
All right, both men up.
Now, question, is Okada the Hulk Hogan of New Japan?
Oh my god. Shit. Okada just took the taste right out of
Jay White.
out of Jay White's mouth twice. Never mind.
Pause.
But
Oh,
no, I don't think so.
holding that man like a fucking futon.
Yeah. Oh, Jay White spits at him. That's not very nice. That's status you run.
Copying Osprey. That's the thing is that moment hits better if Osprey didn't just do it.
Yeah, I get it.
Osprey just did that at Omega, and that felt more because that was a blood rivalry.
Yeah.
Than who's better?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, Aranagi rock bottom.
Yeah, I think the thing with the Jay White spit was just it's
Hatui.
Yeah, it's just like a blip in the middle of the match. Osprey's Hakalugi was all right. Fuck you, I'm about to lose.
Well, that was just in spite of defiance of just I don't care if you fucking had me fucking Hatui you.
Kind of like I know I'm beat, but screw you.
Right.
I still don't respect you. But what if FTR goes to
and what if hell freezes over? Oh wait.
I think the difference was after the WWE run, the Good Brothers needed to go somewhere like Impact and remind people that they had more value than we had seen. I think they had nobody cared. Yeah, I don't think anybody gave a shit about the Good Brothers coming out of WWE.
Right.
You know, if they were that over, they probably would have ended up in AEW, but they end up going to Impact and kind of rebuilding their name. I think it worked out well for them. Wow, Snapdragon.
Right.
KJ and Nick.
Well, I see a bunch of laughing, crying emojis. So I guess Jordan, what up? Damien, what up? Well, shout out to anybody that's been here so far this whole live stream, live and everything, because we're reaching 7 a.m.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I see a lot of people tuning in right now. Oh, Fisherman Suplex. Two count, folks. I would love to see Motor City Machine Guns versus FTR in a tag match. Yeah, not bad. Yeah.
Well, you could just go into full fantasy booking across the board of Christ of how long do we get the Motor City Machine Guns in WWE? Would you imagine Alex Shelley and Chris Sabin in modern day NXT?
Yeah, why not? But the problem, I think, well, at least with the WWE in the past, they shied away from vets, right? Taya Valkyrie, Lady Frost.
Well, they did once Vince and Bruce and the boys took over NXT, and we got the Rainbow Edition because that's what Black and Gold was full of was vets. We had Adam Cole, we had Johnny Gargano, we had Tommaso Ciampa.
Fair enough.
It was full of vets. We had Cassius Ohno. It was full of vets.
Been here since 6 a.m. Excellent, Jordan. We greatly appreciate it. We really do. We appreciate anybody even tuning in for a minute. The fact that we were crazy enough to jump on 3 a.m. Midweek and people showed up to give us love and listen to what we had to say. Guys, we're flattered as we're running through this main event. We are absolutely flattered.
I was about to say, go hit that rewind then, because you only been here for about an hour. So go ahead, hit that rewind once we're done here, and watch the replay. Or if you're watching this, after the fact and everything, you're watching this whenever you decide to watch Wrestle Kingdom. Mm-hmm. How you doing? Hallelujah!
Big drop kick by Okada. That's a great call. Blade Runner. Oh, no.
Oh.
Now we're going for it. Ah! There we go.
Drop kick. Going for the Rainmaker. Blade Runner.
Wow.
Michinoku driver.
Victor. There you go. Victor been here since 3. A lot of people.
Blade Runner.
We got a 2.
Knee.
Okada kicks out of the Blade Runner.
Victor, I'm over here counting out 1, 2, 3s in Japanese right now.
I can't get over how busy ringside is at a New Japan show.
But that's the thing. So very much whether it be the press conferences, whether it be the backstage interviews, whether it be at ringside, what have you, they treat this is a sport. This isn't 18 million fucking camera cuts. This isn't, the latest zombie movie tie-in, what have you. This isn't commercialism. This isn't sports entertainment. This is professional wrestling.
Jay White abandons doing another Blade Runner and drills Okada with the clothesline. Jay White is phenomenal, man.
Absolutely.
And again, people
are heard his whole promo of how he's the catalyst of modern pro wrestling.
And it's just, I'll get it out. It's early, folks. My tongue's waking up. But the crowd's into it. And it's a different vibe, a different energy than the last match.
Taste.
Rainmaker. By the way, Blade Runner is way better than the Rainmaker. Dose.
Blade Runner or Sister Abigail?
Yeah, that's so bullshit.
Gotcha.
As I said, I even forgive Jay for using the Sister Abigail. Not too many people I'd be like, all right, you can use it.
Rainmaker!
I want to know who used it first. I'm guessing Bray, but I don't know.
Bray.
I'm guessing.
Either way, it's still, honestly, it feels like 2 different moves.
I like it. I love the way the Sister Abigail or the Blade Runner, I love the way it hits. Like when you yank somebody into it and snap it back, I love it. I like quick impact finishers.
Well, and especially because it's got the ripcord effect. So you're instantly pulling somebody back. So just visually, it looks like you're whipping them around and boom, smash.
Mm-hmm. But both men are down. I really wish Jay White would stop drooling everywhere. It's grossing me out. But Jay White, Okada battling through. And again, a heavyweight tilt.
Absolutely.
And nobody's going home disappointed tonight. Except you, maybe.
Where I know this is still early, of at least perceived so far, where do you think that this is going to end up ranking as shows within 2023?
It's definitely dude. I hope this is one of the worst shows we watched this year. That's what
Fair enough, and I get why you said that.
That's why I really hope that we get a series of pay-per-views this year that outdo this one. However, realistically, this is probably going to be in the conversation of top 10, depending on how the year goes.
Top 10, fuck, I'd say top 5, top 3. But no, I 100% get what you're saying. I'm hoping, your Royal Rumble, your WrestleMania out-delivers this show. But even just like what we just saw with Osprey and Omega, has the caliber to contend for match of the year. This match has the caliber to contend for match of the year. And we're still within the first week of 2023.
It's crazy. Damien says fire, top 5. Victor says, listen, I mean, it could very well be a top 5 pay-per-view. My hope is that it's not. Good morning to you.
Wake the fuck up.
We are live, and folks, the main event's going on. As Nick fixes his shit, we got Jay White, we got Okada battling it out. Jay White's been in pretty dominant, and again, just grounding Okada and laying into him over and over again. Not calling him an effing coward. You're not taking this from me. I've had enough of your shit.
But that's the thing is Okada's been very much the standard bearer of, like I was halfway saying before, of he's halfway become the Hulk Hogan of New Japan, of it's just lull, or the John Cena, however you want to view it, of it's become half the time lull Okada wins.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But I mean, I would argue, and maybe I'm the wrong person to make this argument, but I would argue that a lot of times, again, when Okada showed up, dude, I got to mute you for a second. When Okada showed up, I mean, he performs, he delivers. It's not like we've seen other guys that they show up and they don't deliver, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's been established of. To me, I feel like if you're the top guy in New Japan, you're at least in discussion to be one of the top 10, top 5 professional wrestlers in the world.
Yeah.
So showing that Okada's always been one of those guys that they can trust to put the title on, that they want to put the title on, of just shows to the talent level that he has.
Right. And by the way, folks, if you're keeping track at home, it is 7 a.m. So good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
It's 7 a.m. We hit the 4-hour mark, and we're in the midst of a second wonderful main event on this pay-per-view. Oh! Okada hits a Blade Runner. Yes, you heard me right.
Let's see. I about to get there, I feel. Yep, just got there. Okada with a Blade Runner on to Jay White.
Yeah. Okada's kicking back over this match. The crowd cheering. Another Rainmaker. Not a Rainmaker. Yeah, Rainmaker.
But do you find it interesting that we had Okada to where he had that whole moment? Sorry, go ahead.
Watch your screen.
Oh, Rainmaker. Easy. Knee. Son.
A new.
Oh, fuck up.
I told you. Jay White gonna be in that fucking Rumble, bro. I told you.
I don't know if
it's
the proper term right now between Osprey losing and Jay White losing back to back.
Yeah.
Of either New Japan's reverting back to tale as old as time, I guess, with Okada as IWGP champion.
Yeah.
But just fucking why? Unless he's going to WWE, which if he does,
well, listen, again,
I'll lose my shit when we get there.
How long
in the moment? Just why?
But how long has Jay White had the double IWGP title? Like, it's been a minute, right? I feel like it's.
Look that up for you.
Yeah, I'm curious, but I feel like it's been quite a while. So, I mean, I know you're not thrilled. Dude, how do you feel where we're going to be talking about this pay-per-view all year long, and it's like the 2 heartbreaking losses for you at the end?
It's yeah, right. Yeah. Thank you, 2023, for just a swift kick of the huevos there. When it comes to this.
There you go, Victor, about 2 years. Yeah, okay.
206 plus days.
There you go. Oh, how many? 206? So it's less than a year.
Absolutely.
Okay, I thought it was longer, but I think there has to be at least 2 title runs in the last 2 years.
in the past 2 years.
2-star pay-per-view, Hagen. What? What?
How you go from a fucking 3 to 5-star match to a 2-star pay-per-view?
Jay
What
White,
in the Rudy Blue hell?
right? Jay White refusing to give the title up.
As he should,
Yeah.
because that's some bullshit.
Nick not happy. I called it. And I called it because of all the other shit that is happening in wrestling. And
How
I
are you
do
gonna
think,
start my fucking hump day like this of Osprey and Jay White both lose? This is redundant booking to the fullest extent of people may be sick of Roman Reigns at the top, maybe sick of this, that, and the third.
Yeah.
But Okada at the top of New Japan, by God.
Okada versus MJF, Forbidden Door 2. Yo, is Jay White kissing?
Why you gotta fucking do me like that? Because Okada's gonna fucking win that shit at this point. And Jay White groveling at the feet of Okada?
Like,
The only way this makes sense is if Jay White is done.
It feels like he's done. It feels like, listen, Jay White wouldn't be, I don't know. That was a very, like, a big sign of respect, a big nod to me. Like, that to me isn't just, I lost the match, I'll see you next month.
Could that be why they've talked about the Cody return is not going to happen, is going to happen before the Rumble? But then again, how are you, Nick Aldis, if you're saying your return, your debut for WWE is at the Rumble, and you also have to compete with Jay White debuting?
I'm down. Like, dude, that's what I'm like, you guys could fucking make history, right? Like, if your final four is like fucking Cody, Jay White, Nick Aldis, throw in a Cardona or a Seth, holy shit, what are we doing?
On both fronts, what are we doing with Okada winning the IWGP Championship, and what are we doing with Jay White now? He had it. Was that the trade for Mercedes?
Maybe
we got Jay White.
You take Verano.
You take Sasha. We'll take Jay White.
I'll take that trade 100 times over. So,
exactly.
Bye. But does this set up somehow Okada and Osprey? Okada, like literally Osprey going after the big one.
But does Osprey catapult into a title match
after a loss?
After a loss, that's the thing. Is I could see it if you build to it, and that's how you get the rematch of Kenny versus Omega. Even if you don't do a trilogy, you just do a two-parter of. You have Osprey versus Okada, and you have that huge match.
We got company. We got company.
Who?
It's not Osprey. He's congratulating him. It's
I know.
Absolutely, Jordan. Absolutely. Switchblade goes to AEW. I would be pissed. I mean, again, it all depends on how you do it. I'm okay if Jay White's going to make AEW Dynamite better and they're going to book him in a way that makes the show better. I'm all for it.
Yeah. So we've got Tagaki right now out here challenging Okada. Takagi was the one who won the IWGP off of Osprey.
Shit. Okay.
So it's going to be interesting if we have this, because that's the thing is New Japan's built up these other stars. The only thing is that's why I feel like they run into that roadblock of Okada, and I'm not trying to say that Okada doesn't deliver. He doesn't show out, for every show. But how many times is the man going to go over before you're like, all right, we get it. He's the top guy. We get it.
No, but I mean, again, he is, he's big show, big show. He's big match Okada.
Well, it's the Okada.
But that's what it is. I mean, I have a hard time going against it just because, again, I think people's knock, where like a Goldberg just shows up and wins the title and does the same shit. Okada goes in the ring. I mean, I enjoyed that match. it was definitely overshadowed by Osprey and Kenny. Um,
Yes.
if I was in Jay and Okada's shoes, I would have talked about maybe we need some higher spots, higher energy, but it was a heavyweight bout, and that's what it looked like.
Like I said, it's WrestleMania 18 of you had the
Yeah,
co-main outdo the main,
for sure.
and I'm just very concerned
Tagashi.
is what I feel when it comes to this booking decision of we're gonna have Okada again as the champion of like, do we not trust Jay White as champion? Do we, unless he, like I said, unless, and that's the biggest thing I feel like coming out of Wrestle Kingdom, of whether it be with Mercedes, whether it be with Osprey, whether it be with Jay White, is now become a wait and see of
Yeah.
what's going to happen next.
Well, it's kind of interesting because a lot of things we don't talk about is like, what are the contracts in New Japan? Like, it's like sometimes we forget that there's contractual obligations all around. Like, you're like, oh, well, we saw them there and then now they're going to be here. And you're like, well, maybe, but we got to work through some.
Right. But
Um,
so Tagaki challenging Okada for the championship. So he's already laying down the gauntlet of saying, I want to be the first person you defend that title against.
yes, he did say congratulations. It seemed pretty fun from what I gather. You happy?
Yeah, I'm not a fluent Japanese speaker.
Okada getting emotional, bowing to the crowd. I mean, you can say what you want. Okada's a beast.
Is he a beast or has he been booked as a beast? That's always the issue with Okada.
But I like him. I mean,
I understand that. Everybody likes Okada, but like I said, it comes down to that issue of, is he an actual beast or was he just booked as a beast?
He shows up though, man. He shows up and shows out, and the crowd likes him. They clap.
Right, but how much do you give to Okada and how much do you take away from the people that he's faced, whether it be Omega, whether it be Jay White, what have you? And I'm not trying to discredit this man. I guess I'm just presenting a counter argument of how much has it been who he went against and how he was booked versus Okada himself.
It takes two to tango, and if you don't belong, I truly believe the cream rises to the top, Nick. So if Okada didn't belong in that,
the cream always rises to
dude,
the
I don't
top.
know if it's just because it's early in the morning, but that fucking popped me. That's funny. That's why we're friends, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, trust me, that's one of my favorite promos. My wife quotes that promo to me and everything. The cream always rises to the top. Yeah. Dig it.
9 out of 10, New Japan Wrestle Kingdom. There you go. Damien says 9. Okada is delivering a promo as we speak. I think he forgot what he was saying. Oh, no, you found it.
We'll get there. Oh, I even like small marks. Is Wrestle Kingdom a reset for New Japan, kind of like WrestleMania? Whereas the new blood and future stories are put into place for the year. It's always kind of been that way.
Mm-hmm.
My interesting feeling is that we're going back almost 3, 4, 5 years now, where no, I'm saying with where New Japan's at right now, of we have Okada as world champ. True. And we have Kenny Omega as US champ right now. When it comes to New Japan, guess what? If you go back 5 years in New Japan, the same shit was there.
Yeah, but I mean, then the argument for me is, are both men still relevant? And I think they are, so I'm okay with it.
I'm not debating that point. I'm just saying we're not progressing anything. We're hanging where we've been.
Well, it depends on what you got to do something with it. And again, that will be, I mean, now he's given, I see, this is where I called this, was it gives him an opportunity to stand front and center stage and talk about, his mentor, obviously Inoki, meaning what he meant to all of New Japan. But for a guy like Okada, this is a big deal. And that's where you see him a little bit on the emotional side here.
So was all of this built up to just be a tribute to Inoki?
No, but yes.
No, but maybe.
Well, yeah, kind of, little, sort of, right? And again, we don't know. Now, if in 3 weeks or 2 weeks or whatever, 3 weeks, because we're still early, if Jay White walks out during the Rumble or shows up on a Raw, it's going to change the perspective of like, oh, okay, they had no choice. a shit, you know? And again, Okada's that guy. If Jay White comes to you and says, guys, I'm out. You can have your belt back. I'm going somewhere else. Okada's like the Tommy Dreamer that way, where he's a safe bet. We're going to give you the belt. We know you're not going to fuck it up. The fans are going to like you. We're not going to have a huge loss in interest because of who you are. You're going to carry it, and we'll find someone else to come in and beat you. Is it
absolutely. But that's stating that Jay White's leaving, because that's the thing is if Jay White doesn't leave, now this just looks fucking stupid.
No, well, then again, yeah, how does it play out? I mean, what happens? I mean, generally with Jay White being like the leader of the Bullet Club, there's usually an epic moment of like changing of the guard. Everyone's got their throat slit, so to speak, at some point on their way out. So, yeah, for me, it'll be time will tell on that one, Nick. But listen, we're not sure where the direction is going of this, but I will say that New Japan has started the year off with an outstanding pay-per-view.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and even like Hagen was saying there of how there is still a night 2. It might be a week or two from now, but there is still a night 2 of Wrestle Kingdom, which I entirely forgot about.
Does anybody know? And yes, there is very much a night 2, and I believe it's the 21st.
Yes.
Which we will be here. I think it's easier on a Saturday, but we will be here. But the question becomes, what the fuck is on that card?
I guess it was TBD based on this card. That's the thing is they didn't want to advertise anything for that card because then it gives away what happens on this card.
Yeah. Like people taking pictures of the WWE trucks being like, Cody's on the WrestleMania.
I saw that.
Right? Motherfuckers take pictures of everything nowadays.
Adrenaline in my soul. Something. Cody Rhodes.
I don't know how we're gonna get there. It's just Cody as like this pure baby face getting a huge win and all the fireworks. Like I said, 2023 could make Cody Rhodes one of the biggest names in wrestling. And some people out there are going to say he already was. He wasn't. He was one of the biggest names in a second tier company. But now he has a chance to be one of the biggest stars.
One of the biggest names just on like Twitter.
Yes, the 21st. Yes.
I was about to make the terrible pun of saying we're going to have to take a couple crossroads to get there and everything. But absolutely, I think we fully get there.
Smile Mark, appreciate the love. 55 likes. That's amazing, especially when you go live at 3 a.m. for
the ass crack of dawn.
Yeah, for the bulk of the audience. We do appreciate everybody from all over the world that is tuned in. Okada is still talking.
Well, he walked up the entrance ramp, and now he's going to get another promo, because when you only had one promo, what's better than a second promo?
Well, it's one, like he said, one more time. We want some more love for Aoki.
I never knew you were a Japanese translator.
I'm surmising. I could be believing. I hate this. I'm never wrestling again.
He's really just like, fuck you all. Fuck all of you.
No,
and I mentioned this, I guess, when you might have been on a pause and everything, of how do you feel about, and I'll say this as Okada's sending us off for tonight or this morning. But how do you feel about Kenny, an English speaker, cutting a promo
I heard this
in Japanese and then having it translated back to English just so Will can understand it?
It's so funny, right? Like, and again, if you're going to be the heel, what a perfect, pompous bullshit move. Mother, excuse my French.
Flipper.
I know you can say the words the way I say them. Why are you doing this? It's such a heel move. And kind of to the point here, Nick, where if Jay White ends the night and it's a big deal, they want to acknowledge Inoki, this was the guy to do it. It really was. I know you don't love the finish, but
you had your moments. You had your tributes to Inoki.
Fuck it.
If you want to sit there and if you even want to go full of Jay White's a despicable, dastardly, heel and everything,
shit on it. No,
he hatuis in the face of Antonio Inoki.
No, He
But
might say
you're
that
telling me,
after.
but as much as you get a positive reaction for this, if you got that much of a negative reaction towards Jay White, he's one of the biggest heels in pro wrestling.
Listen, yeah, but I think there's a line on that one, and I think, oof.
Well, I don't think they're gonna go full sacrilegious and everything like that. I think they could do it, you know,
have Jay White be
within scope here.
All right, no,
Just no.
Something I never thought I would.
And the lights are already up, and they're like, "Get the fuck out! You ain't gotta stay. You ain't gotta go home.
Later, guys.
Get the hell out of here.
Later, guys. We gotta go to work. I literally have to go to work after we say goodbye. So,
oh, you're shitting me.
No, I got some things to do. So,
I'm
already awake.
I'm off today, so
there you go, smart man. I mean, I'll work around some things, but I got. Oh wait, we got something going on the screen right now. What is this?
I have the commentary team.
You got the commentary team.
That's what I have pulled up, and like I said, the lights came on of instantly of bars closed. You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get the hell up out of here.
Bye, everybody. When I get home, I'm taking a 3-hour nap back for Dynamite. Listen, we will be here live for Dynamite. We will be here live as we always are, folks. And right now, we're getting the press conference.
Yeah, I've got Naito talking right now, but no.
Yeah. We got a whole crew of young ones walking in.
Yeah, but absolutely. Thank you all.
That's it. I'm sidetracked. Nick, what was your rating?
I don't even know if I want to go or if I could right now. I didn't know you had to go to work. I was about to let's just send it right now.
I guess it's good. We're good.
You go first.
The pace, we did 4 hours tonight. It was outstanding. My big fear doing a stream in the middle of the night, it's going to be like, fatigue and wearing down. That didn't happen. I'm starting to feel a little bit of a come down now. But that all being said, dude, I have to honestly give this one a 9. Very close to a 10, but I'll go 9.5. Not perfect. I mean, I think because it's early in the year, they get fucked a little bit, but I'll go 9.
Fair enough. I'll go with you there on a 9 because the Osprey, it's more of results to me that really keep this from being a 10 is
that's not
Osprey
fair.
losing and Jay White losing of, like you said, it's back-to-back heartbreaks for me. So
yeah,
you got to at least lose a point on that. Outside of that, the pacing of the show there was not a dull moment, not a dull match. There was not this is dragging on a bit long.
No,
every match was maybe 8 to 10 minutes up until the last 2 matches, and those fully deserved to go that long.
Yeah, and again, you really have in New Japan like a stacked tier system where you get what's more important. It's clear. You don't get a 25-minute opening match to a pay-per-view or a weekly show and then try and follow it with a bunch of 5-minute matches. No, you understand that there's a build to the whole. And something that kind of gets lost at times here in North America is kind of overdoing it early and making every match super competitive, and it shouldn't be.
Oh, absolutely. Domo arigato. Konnichiwa.
Right. But yeah, with all that being said, folks, that is our live stream. That is New Japan Wrestle Kingdom 17. I am KJ. That is Big Nick. Man, what a hell of a night. Again, we appreciate everybody. I can't believe how many people showed up to watch this live stream. 3 a.m. Eastern time. It was exceptional. Hell of a night. Will Osprey and our buddy Kenny Omega have set the tone for match of the year. That is the bar. And we'll see if anybody can leapfrog that bar over the next 350 odd days. Ladies and gentlemen, what a pleasure. Thank you so much.
And now we get into the speculation of who's going to WWE.
Yes, all the rumors have begun. And we already see the AEW faithful celebrating Sasha Banks going to AEW, I guess. We'll see. We got lots to get into. It is Royal Rumble season. It is WrestleMania season. This channel is up to no good and doing nothing but bringing you guys more and more entertainment as we can. There is more coming your way, and we can't wait for it. So, folks, thank you so much. Nick, any final thoughts on this wonderful stream?
Our shit is real. Our shit is raw. Our shit is authentic. When you're talking about that wrestling, you better put that for life with it. Good morning, good evening, afternoon, good night. Thank you, fuck you, bye. Go have some
Good everything, folks. I'm going to go get some breakfast. See you on the flip side. Bye-bye.